Okay, that's that. And that's that. And we're golden. Okay, time to win. Hmm. Oh, Rexbor. I'm glad you're here. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you. Okay, so Happy New Year. Oh yeah, that's important. I should have led with that. Okay, Happy New Year first. Happy New Year first. Second. So, have you done any more? Have you seen anything else? Hello, comedian. About the weird, about the completionist drama. Happy New Year, towels. Unfathomably late. Happy New Year, Grey Blue. Happy New Year, homies. I've got to remember to wish everyone a Happy New Year this stream, because I'm going to forget. This is very important. This is very important. Also, we finally playing that chess game today, Grey Blue? Or we exhausted from partying? Okay. Your Russian binge drinking finally caught up to you? Yes, no, that's definitely what happened. I was not up till 2 a.m. last night working on a monetary economics assignment that I should have finished a week ago, but didn't. Didn't come to Skopje Open? Yeah, we didn't manage to make it work. Oh, Happy New Year, Shaw's. Well, that's not what I'm talking about Rex for. No. Okay, I'll send in the Discord. Probably fast today. Fair enough. I respect it. Okay. So I'll send the video in my channel. In my Discord. I don't know where I should put it. I need a drama channel, that's what I need. I'll just post it in general. No, shouldn't it go in media? What am I saying? It should go in media, not general. I don't even know how my own Discord works. I thought he would go. Came in second of my first medal. Second at the Skopje Open? Are we talking about the same Skopje Open? Because if so, that's really cool. A new album every day. For the new year? Okay, so this is a lawyer basically breaking down, and my opinion on the completionist thing has changed a lot because of the lawyer's breakdown. Ooh. This is going to sound dumb, but are you going to run out of albums, or are you just going to start listening to a bunch of classics as well? I lost 4 kilograms from 2 days. Yeah, that sounds about right. I can't believe you got second. That's huge. Congratulations. And you 14? You're on fire by the Strokes? Well, then I need to send you more albums, even ones that I think you won't like. Low key, I'm playing this anyway. Because even if he takes, I take back with G, and I think that's okay for me. Now this has got to be good. Blundered upon. I would prefer. I would totally appreciate it if you did, Rexpo. I had 1 minute and he had 8. It was a draw. Are you going to show the end game today, or are you just going to play normally? Yeah, well, beat just albums I haven't listened to means new stuff, classics, and just random stuff I find. You know what? Fair. That sounds really cool, actually. You know what? I'm going to push this anyway. Just because I don't think he has a better square for the night. Maybe he goes to h6, but that would be weird. Yeah, no. This knight is pretty poorly placed. My rooks are kind of... If I could... Maybe I try to get to b6. Actually, that looks kind of good. I go knight a4, and then knight e5, and then knight b6. Play so fast, I couldn't stand it. I don't think for 6 minutes he would play in 30 seconds. It sounds like he was trying to flag you. And then everything way too much BCNR. I find that unlikely. Is way too much BCNR even possible? That's my question. Okay, so look at this position, guys. Look at this poor 2097. Look at these pawns. Look at this bishop. This is the worst piece to ever exist. Hello, Ronnie. And I'm going to play f4 and then take that. Okay, normal. Since when do we listen to normal people's opinions on how much BCNR is too much BCNR? Actually, I can't play this because I didn't play bishop takes that. Okay, sure. We'll just do this. Well, just poke and prod. I intend to take that knight at some point, but I don't see a rush. So I'm just going to slow things down. Blitz, I think, for too long. Or, this might sound weird, but or just, like, get better at everything else to a point where you don't need to think like that. Always with less time in any format? Okay, if I take here, he has to take with F. Does that benefit us or him? I don't actually know. Here, queen takes... Oh, I almost have a tactic. I don't, though. I don't, though. I'm not sure. I am split. This knight looks pretty, but it isn't doing that much. Give me a second. G4. Well, it's a rated game, so I prefer if you don't offer suggestions. 4 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. That's not bad at all. Happy New Year, Ronnie. I forgot to say that. I've also been listening to some older music because I got some classic rock CDs for Christmas. And, you know, it had been a question for me for a long time. Why, how do I put this? Why we don't listen to older music as much, because that seemed a little weird to me. And by older, I mean like anything older than like 60s. I was like, that's weird. Why don't we listen to stuff that's older than 60s? We listen to 60s, but why not stuff that's older? And I listening to more music from the 50s and 60s has really answered that question for me. And it's not because it's terrible. No, I listen to 60s as well, but my point is, why don't you listen to stuff that's, I mean, in Western culture specifically, and it's different in, you know, Macedonia, but like, in Western culture, why don't we listen to music much older than 60s? Was kind of my question. And, like, why? And so, for me, it seems like part of the answer is just because it's aged in, not just in the sense that it's gotten worse, but it's aged in the sense that it's become like almost meaningless because of how different everything, all the themes, all the ideas are from modern society. I don't get the Pink Floyd thing either. I'm going to listen to / watch The Wall, but I consumed Dark Side of the Moon, and I'm not going to say I wasn't impressed, but I like didn't get the big deal. Now I think that's just because Dark Side of the Moon was largely a very experimental and technical project, and so that's the sort of stuff that will age the worst, but still. I don't think Bishop here makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure why he would play that. Oh, that's why. I'm an idiot. What? I'm just dumb, actually. Actually dumb. Why didn't I see that coming? That's kind of obvious in hindsight. So, yeah, the problem for me with country is that it kind of gets repetitive. It also depends what country. Rex Boring's an excellent point. But a lot of it to me gets kind of repetitive. And y'all know me, the worst thing well, I know what you mean. And the worst thing music can do for me is bore me. And so, yeah. Older stuff does kind of slap, though. I do like some country from time to time. You know, I grew up in North Carolina. That's kind of, you had to, you know what I mean? Hello, Flaton. Think he should take with queen and then hope he has enough checks. Which he probably does. He probably does. I mean, I escape. So, like, I don't get mated or anything. But it's just the position is interesting. One of my favorite songs, then? Is country songs or just songs in general? What really grinds my gears is that the internet is putting Noah Kahan on some high pedestal. He makes standard modern country for Zoomers. I know someone who really likes Noah Kahan. I've never listened to any Noah Kahan, so I just don't know if I like his music that much or if I have the same opinion. So I don't know how I feel about Noah Kahan just because I haven't listened to much Noah Kahan. I probably agree with you, but I don't know. Songs in general, I really like Etched Head Plate by Burial. I really like Concord. I really like Dancing Circles from Lahai. I really like What If You Hypnotize Me from Lahai. I really like... What other songs do I really like? Give me a second, I have a list. I have a few playlists of songs I really like. Sometimes The Bad Guy, Cry Now and Give Me Money. Dancing Circles is amazing. That song is just beautiful. It's just beautiful. I understand you giving the album an 8. Like, I get it. But that song, man. I really liked most everything from Cross by Justice, but I especially like Waters of Nazareth, Genesis, DANCE, and DANCE. I really like Born Yesterday by Quadeka. I really like Tears by Skrillex. I really like Neon Gravestones by 21 Pilots. Probably Homies. Radiohead? I haven't listened to any Radiohead really at all, and so I don't have a super developed opinion on Radiohead. I've tried listening to, I think it was Kid A. It was either Kid A or OK Computer that I started, and I think it was OK Computer. Let me check, actually. I have that here, too. It was OK Computer. I tried listening to OK Computer. I just couldn't get into it. I listened to like the first 3 or 4 songs, and once I get through a few of the first songs, and I'm not like already feeling something, I struggle to be motivated to continue. If I had someone really like emphatically recommend Radiohead, then I could get through it. But no one in my life really likes Radiohead, so I haven't had someone force me to listen to it. I also like Seesaw from the Jamie XX project. I like that song a lot. I'm just down too many pawns at this point. In Rainbows, more like mid Rainbows. Pablo Honey, more like Pablo Mid. The Benz, more like the mids. OK Computer, more like mid computer. Man, you just got bars for days. You got so many bars. American Pie. Oh, American Pie is really good. Excellent. Very good point. American Pie is definitely up there with my favorite songs. Ode to Sleep by 21 Pilots up there with my favorite songs. Runaway by Kanye is definitely up there. I really like Dance With You by Judah and the Lion. That one's a little bit weird, but compared to the other ones, it's like it's a little bit out of place, but I like it a lot. Hotel California? I haven't listened to that in a while. I need to go back to that. I know the song and I like it, but I haven't listened to it super critically, so I don't know if I have strong feelings on one way or another. Place Where He Inserted the Blade. I love Place. At this point, I lean more Concord. Concord has really been my jam recently, but Place will maintain a special place in my heart. These days I do lean Concord more. Don't Stop Believing. Okay, that one's kind of a meme. To me, it's still Haldern. No, I could totally see Haldern. Haldern's definitely up there too. Probably. I also really like Moonsong from the M Machine. I also really like Moonsong from the MC. I also really like Insane by on my Moon Holiday. There's some again, I could totally see Haldern though. I can't. Also, there's also some Dead Mouse I really like Bored S or Ice Age. Stairway to Heaven. Again, Stairway to Heaven's another one that I haven't given a critical listen, and so I don't have a strong critical opinion on. I think he wants to sack on F4. I think he's being barbaric. Tolkien analogies. Tolkien analogies is not a bad thing though. I kind of do be liking Lord of the Rings. At this point, basically just listing songs I really, really like because it's so hard to pick a favorite because it depends so much on my mood and how I'm feeling that day because music to me is a very emotional experience. The Gambler. I like The Gambler. Although I lean more either like Piano Man or Vienna if I'm going to go Billy Joel. Or yeah, I also really like that reminds me. I also really like Harry Chapin, so like Cats in the Cradle, Mr. Tanner, The Rock, stuff like that. Happy New Year, Goddle. I also really like that's a record to listen to. The very best of Harry Chapin. Country Roads Take Me Home. Again, I'm not sure if I would call that best. Ooh, Tangled Up Puppet's really good. Flowers are really good. That's a record, Rexbor. The gold medal collection, Harry Chapin. That you might like that actually. Okay, well, and fine. Just listen to something else by Harry Chapin. I don't really care. My point is Harry Chapin. That's not my point. The point was Harry Chapin. The point was not the specific record. Yes. I don't really care. I haven't listened to a full Harry Chapin record in maybe at all, but if I have, then it's been a while. But I love a lot of his individual songs. They're very close to my heart. Near and dear to me. I think 44 seconds is enough time to win this. Should be. And we're chilling. Oh, Bohemian Rhapsody. That's a really good choice. Bob Dylan. I haven't listened to much Bob Dylan in a while. Bohemian Rhapsody, excellent choice. There's a lot of Queen that could go on that sort of thing. But again, The Rock, Tangled Up Puppet, Roses Are Red, Taxi, even Mr. Tanner. There's so many Harry Chapin songs that I would put on a best that I would put on a best songs. What line am I going to play? Well, it's queen d2 in every situation. In every circumstance, it's queen d2. Do I go complications? I'm going to go bishop c4. I'm going to go bishop c4. I feel like I know this line pretty well. Dust in the Wind? Don't know that song off the top of my head. Okay. That, I believe, is considered too slow in this line. My favorite song might be Concord. If it's not Concord, it might be Concord. Even just in general. Again, ignoring anything else. Just in general, favorite song might be Concord. It's like, if it's not, then it's close. I don't have New Year's resolutions because they just make me sad. I have a great deal of love for Concord as a song. I want to play this a lot, but the problem is bishop takes here, rook takes here is what I'm scared of. Give me a second. Do I just take this? I can't tell if that's good or not. I mean, if it is, it's just kind of a pawn. I saw that. The Japan earthquake? I saw that. Thankfully, everybody I know in Japan is in one of the lower islands. They're not in the mainland, so I don't know anyone too personally affected by it, but it's horrible. Hey, it's horrible. I'm just gonna play this. What does he got? Hey Jude? I don't know too much about Hey Jude. I haven't listened to Hey Jude. Again, critically. In a way where I would feel comfortable really ranking how I feel about it. I mean, that's part of, Christmas season. It's difficult to maintain weight during Christmas season. Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about, comedian. My intention is if takes, I can take with something else, and if he doesn't take, then oh, I'm just spoiled for choice. That sounds good. 21st? You like 20th century songs more on 21st? No, because all the ants from Up There songs, got UXD exclam join to join the queue. All of my all of ants from Up There is 2020 as 21st century. Untrue, which is my favorite album of all time, is from 2007, right? There's some rap songs I really like from this century. So I would not say that in general I prefer music the from the 20th century to the 21st. I don't think that's accurate. Go to the Overstein's Beetle? You should. It's going to be hype. Lahai came out last year. Lahai came out last year, technically, yeah. Lahai came out last year, and that's one of my favorite albums of all time. I love Lahai. I have so many emotions about that project. I'll go this way. Good chance I go. 10-5 is a good format. It is a good format. I would sign up earlier rather than later if you do plan on going though, because it does have a fairly tight player limit, and so it's difficult to get space afterwards. I've noticed. At least that was the case last year. Here he could go takes and then knight takes, bishop takes. That's what I'm not afraid of. I'm not really afraid of anything in this position, but that's what I'm not excited about. Oh, absolutely. Which band's the biggest in North Macedonia? We don't have a ton of amazing Macedonian music here. I'm going to be honest. We had a one really good artist, but he passed away in a car accident, and it was tragic, and no one here has gotten over it. But yeah, I'm like trying really hard to figure out the way in here. Like check again, pawn takes. Check pawn takes some like queen move or something. Oh, maybe it's just knight g4. Knight g4 with the intention of going queen h6, and if you go rook h1 to stop it, then I go like queen. I can't go queen f4. Maybe I should go f5, f4, f5. Do I have time for that? If I have time for that, that wins, but I'm just not sure that I have time. If I have time for this, it wins, but I just don't know if I have time. I'm gonna go for it. Oh wow. I've never heard of him. I'll have to look into that. So my intention was just king c1. There's not nothing for around these parts. There's YouTube. Oh yeah. Well, it's not the same. No, but Chesterman's this year. Yeah, I've got two this month. Two, but both of them are rapid, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But the Struga one is not Struga. The Steep one is rapid, right? It was either rapid or blitz. That's going to be very strong. That's going to be a very strong tournament. But will he turn me back later? Do it. Not the Miles. Your brother be playing too? And the Steinitz one, yes, absolutely. The Steep one, most likely. Most likely. Hello, Miles. Happy New Year. That is a cassette of Mizar? Or is it Mizar or Mijar? Because it's a little ambiguous in Latin. My intention was this. Because tempo and guarding the pawn, so it delays his attack by 2 moves. So it's a 2-for-1. And I think moves are more important than anything else in this position. So being able to delay his attack by 2 moves, I think, is game changing. Because like here, queen takes knight. He doesn't have any checks or anything, right? The only thing I've been told is that it's just practice. I don't know how true that is. That's what I've been told by all the strong chess players I know. That's just practice and just getting used to it. It gets less scary over time. I can also take this, but I don't think that's productive. I can also play here, but I think like e5 or something. Such a hard position to calculate. This might be stupid. I hate 3-0 games too fast. I agree. Everything just requires practice? Good, absolutely. Also good sack on d6. The sack on d6 works. He can't take it, but I don't think he has to take it. Why would he take it? That's not what he's concerned with. He's trying to checkmate me. He's not trying to take material. So I don't see how this improves my attack. What's my next move? Even if I have another move after taking, what's the big deal? What is he gonna? What am I doing? What am I threatening? I don't want to sack a piece just because he can't take it. That's not productive. Joker 2, that's a good one. Gladiator 2, true. Why is there no Spider-Verse 3 on there? That's like the most exciting movie for me of the past like ever. I am super excited about the next Spider-Verse. I think that should be on the list if you're going cyber. Chess.com or FIDE? I think I have to. I have to try at least. Hey, Poof, long time no see. How you been? Second. Oh, I'm stupid. Queen can take that. No, it's not force mate. I've miscalculated. Well, it's force mate for him now, but it's a local dish you'd recommend for me? Ooh. I mean, I wouldn't say there's like a dish that I would recommend. There's a lot of local dishes I could, but I would probably can I recommend a drink, a local drink? Is that allowed? Because boza is a very Macedonian thing that you can't get anywhere else. July 20, 24, 25, not confirmed. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it seems more likely that it's going to be 24, right? G1, sure. Yeah, boza is a very traditional Macedonian, and it's very unique when compared to basically anything else, which makes it fun to show people because they're never quite sure what to think. Okay, I'm playing another raid game. I need to get my elo back up. It's with dairy stuff. It's a fermented wheat drink. That's what often confuses people. Spider-Verse 3 is I'm very curious. Joker 2 I'm also excited for. Gladiator 2 I'm actually not that excited for cuz the first one had a fairly definitive ending and I feel like it's unlikely that the second one will be able to live up even though I love the first one. I love the first Gladiator. Dune Part 2 I'm curious. Did not say in English. No worries, man. Godzilla X Kong I'm again not I don't really care about. Deadpool I don't know. And wait, there's a Planet of the Apes coming out next year? Brashno. Yeah. Flower. Lady Gaga will play Harley Quinn, which what a ridiculous casting choice that just might work. Lady Gaga is Harley Quinn. I can't decide if that's a good idea or a terrible idea, but either way, it's an idea I want to see in theaters. You know what I mean? TV shows in North Macedonian society. Ooh, what's the name of the one? Oh my gosh. Oh, there is one, but I forgot what it was called. Low key, kind of servant of the people. The one with Volodymyr Zelensky. Low key servant of the people. But if you want something that's actually like Macedonian, let me see if I can find it. Do it, Miles. Have a great stream. Low key servant of the people. I'm not sure if that's the one I was thinking of, but I don't remember. I don't remember what it was called. I feel like there was one. But like out of shows that I've seen any parts from, right? It would be Servant of the People. Because it's a very specific. Yeah, I think that's a different show, Comedian. I'm not sure that's the one I was thinking of. Anyway, because there's a very specific sort of feeling and experience of living in a country with an Eastern European approach to politics. And the interesting thing about Servant of the People is that it captures that really well. The Batman 2 set for October 2025. I'm not sure how excited I am for that one either. I didn't love the first one. I'm going to be honest. That's one of my hotter movie takes. I was not in love with the Batman. That's one of my hotter movie takes. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I don't understand what the big deal was about. What's a must-see place? Ooh. Batman is a DC, not Marvel. Any must-see place? Well, there's a lot of amazing ruins wherever you go, but it depends on what you want to see. Are you more interested in the historical aspect and ruins, or are you more interested in like scenery and like mountains, or like what? It depends on what you're more interested in, right? Just the culture? Okay, so from a cultural perspective, I would probably say like hmm, definitely you have to get out of the capital because Skopje, for all of the strengths it has, Skopje does not well reflect Macedonian culture to a Westerner just because of how many people who live there are Westerners. It's a city with a lot of foreigners, so step one is get out of Skopje. And if you manage to do that, then you're better than most. There's a lot of cool fortresses in Ohrid. Those you'll be amazing. No matter those, you can't go wrong there. I would also say, hmm, hmm, there are a few different cool ruins you can find. I'm thinking around the city that I live near because that's where I live. But so in like my city, there's the Wide Alley, which is like a walking place, and because I know my city, I feel like it well reflects Macedonian culture. But yeah. And Ohrid's a beautiful lake, but that's a lake. It would be very educational. A lot of people would learn would learn something they didn't know. And if the definition of educational is learning things you didn't previously know, then yes, it would be extremely educational. Also, Happy New Year, Snail. I don't really want to take that knight yet. If I take the knight, he takes with pawn, and this is ridiculously weak. So I kind of want to put him in a place first. Either not take it at all, or wait until I can take it without as many consequences. Don't celebrate New Year nor Christmas. Whoops. Happy depression. I don't know. What do people... I mean, I understand not celebrating Christmas, but what about... You don't celebrate New Year? Do you all do the New Year thing that's a bit later or something? Other countries, but not North Macedonia. Wearing shorts outside of the house in open-toed shoes. As an adult, wearing open-toed shoes and shorts. Also, things that are okay in other countries, but not okay in Macedonia. Give me a second. I'll think of more of them. Letting people go places alone. Oh, saying yes to something the first time someone asks. Here you don't. The whole point is you say no the first time anyone asks you if you want anything, and then you wait and they ask again and you say no again, and then the third time if you actually want it you say yes, but if not then you say no. So you answer questions multiple times, like those sorts of questions. Dress code is definitely a thing. The asking questions 3 times is also definitely a thing that confuses a lot of people. What else? Like being humble? No, it's not a humility thing. It's being a good guest. You don't want to sound like you're too you want it too bad. It's culturally, yes, the argument about who pays the bill. No, it's culturally obligatory for somebody to offer you something. If I have something and you're there, I have to offer it. That it's required culturally. And so, because it's required culturally for me to offer it to you, so a lot of times I won't actually want to offer it to you. And so it's also very recommended culturally for you to decline the first time to kind of give me the chance to offer it without having to be worried about you actually taking me up on my offer. Right? So it's about letting me offer something without having to deal with actually offering it. It's like a weird thing. I'm gonna pay the bill because we both wanted to pay based. Friday eating beans is like a thing, but that's a tradition. That's not as much what we're talking about. Eating beans on Friday is absolutely a thing, but so yeah, you have to say no the first time. You just gotta. There's no choice. This might be very bad for me. There's a lot of traditions. We have a lot of traditions because we're a very old culture. The country's legally new, and there's a lot of relatively new stuff, but the culture itself is very old. So there are a insane amount of traditions. As someone coming from, the U.S., where the joke is you have no culture. It's not jarring, but it's very different. It's taken some getting used to. On Friday, you food based. It also depends on where you are in the country. Legends like Bigfoot? Oh, a ton of them. The problem is I have difficulty telling you what they are because it would come across as insensitive since a lot of them are taken seriously. In the US, by and large, there are some nut jobs, but by and large, stuff like Bigfoot isn't taken seriously. But this is a more mystic and more superstitious culture than US culture is. I would say superstitious, but there's also a lot of mysticism. So, would that be called a mystic culture? How would you say that? And so, a lot of things that I would call legends would be taken more seriously by other people. The famous myth in USA is freedom. You know what? Actually true. No. He's cooking. You're right, you're right. I can get behind that. Yeah, it's a very spiritual, and that it's spiritual is almost not even the right word. Like, for example, people here put lit cigarettes and pour wine over graves so that the spirits can have drink and cigarettes. You know, it's interesting. Again, a lot of this stuff has taken me some time to get used to, and I'm not really fully used to it. You have some local arts collection in your room? No, it's just a bunch of random junk. It's little tchotchkes that by themselves like mean something or I just found interesting or funny. I do have a hand carved chessboard from a Yugoslavian prison. That's one of my interesting random items that I've collected. So I do have some interesting stuff that is local, but probably. Rook xe3 I don't think worked. Rook xe3 was the threat, but obviously he saw it because it's not that difficult of a threat to see. Hmm? I mean, this isn't the worst position of all time. I'm down a pawn, but it's a very weak pawn for my opponent. It's not the worst thing in the world. How's it going? It's going fine. It's a very weak pawn for my opponent, and I've got the bishop in the endgame. So while I would probably say whites for choice, if they are, it's not by much. Happy New Year, Jeffrey. Am I still fifth? Yes. Low key, I want to play bishop c5 because the bishop dominates his knight from the square. How's university life there? So it's harder for me than it is for someone here for a few reasons. One, I'm not a native Macedonian speaker. I'm pretty good at Macedonian. Does your brother have a coach? Yeah, me. Oh, this was a terrible move. Anyway, yeah, I'm my brother's coach. Um, One, I'm not a native Macedonian speaker, so while my Macedonian is pretty good, um, it's that's always going to make things noticeably more difficult. Uh, Additionally, I didn't go to a Macedonian high school. And so I'm not part of the cliques that kind of exist in my college, and I don't have the normal understanding of how school works here. You know, most people have a general idea of like how everything works because, you know, high school is very similar to college, like anywhere else, you know. But I don't have that as much because I did not go to high school here. And so with that out of the way, it's been kind of difficult for me. Plus, I don't think I'm particularly good at school in general. Just as like a thing. Yes. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I'm the best coach of all time, but my little brother could do a lot worse. In fact, I know. I didn't say anything just in case he was sniping. I don't think he is, but just in case I didn't say anything, but man, I was not happy with myself for allowing that. He completely missed that I just gave him a piece. So you went to another country for high school? I did high school online. Um, which in hindsight was terrible, but you know, you live and learn, right? Who's going to be an Untitled Tuesday? Not me. I'm busy. That's not true. I'm not busy. I'm actually decidedly not busy since I'm on my week break from school. Now I still have assignments to do during my week break from school, and I have like midterms to study for, which is annoying, but whatever. Whatever. Let's not do that. Like that whole thing, let's not. Well, I'm not going to give out my little brother's chess.com just because, you know, I don't like giving out other people's private information on my streams. If it's my private information, then it's my business. No one else gets to. No one else. It's no one's business that I give it out. But if it's something like my little brother, I don't know if it's my information to give necessarily. Question? Answer. It's not that big of a deal. I don't mind you asking. It was not a problem at all to ask. I just, you know, my name is public. I tried keeping it private for a while, but I'm going to be honest, my parents made it impossible. Did you face challenges making friends at university? Well, that implies that I don't have challenges anymore. So I'm going to say no because I'm still facing challenges making friends at university. So it's not a done thing. It is a continuous state of being. I'm not done having problems making friends in university. Um, so take that how you will. Oh, I completely missed that was checkmate. I should have just taken the knight and moved the king. Dumb. Also, I could take a picture of you and could find all your info. Absolutely, but there's a difference between having the info out there because we live in a society, and specifically like talking about all of it publicly in a way that draws attention to it. You want to play him? Well, then next time you see him in person, you can ask him. I'm the one who decided to start streaming. He didn't decide to start streaming. So I don't think it's fair that he gets his chess.com leaked and like talked about publicly because I decided to start streaming, you know? That doesn't seem right. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but maybe I'm not. Also, I'm shocked you're not titled. I'm not that good, Wonder King. I really am not. I am a solid tier below titled players. It's a solid tier below. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You proud of except chess? I don't know. So just like random things off the cuff, I used to be pretty good at Pokemon Showdown 1v1s. I got number 2 on the ladder. That was years and years ago though, so I'm not good anymore. But meta's changed too much. Give that title player vibe. Well, I'm 2000 on chess.com because I've dumped all my elo. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I'm sick. If I'm honest, I think I'm sick. Because everyone else in my family is sick, and I have been sleeping way more than I normally do, and I still feel tired. So I think I'm sick. I don't feel sick though. So that I'm pretty proud of Ronnie. Otherwise, um, I it's a general anxiety of mine that I don't feel like I've accomplished that much in my life, and so I don't really have much that I'm super duper proud of. Oh yeah, there's always that one person in any game that dominates everyone. I tend to do pretty well at games, like strategy games specifically. I tend to do pretty well. Um, I love RPGs. Oh, I like some RPGs. I get bored too easily to like most RPGs, but I like some RPGs quite a lot. Flash games? But which Flash games? That's such a wide category. There's so many Flash games. I really do like a good RPG from time to time, but I get bored, so there needs to be some variety there. I don't like the way you're playing this at all. Mm, this doesn't feel right. Okay, let's see if I can punish you for it. Equanimity. I do need equanimity. I've just been playing terrible chess, and so I need some. Mighty Nine Snail Bob. Snail Bob, I remember. It's been years since I've heard that name, but I do remember Snail Bob. Mighty Knight is a little bit vaguer in my mind. Let's see if I can make a super pony. Queen is tactically set. Sure. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. It's a big news story happening in North Macedonia right now. Um, I mean, currently it's the holidays, so everyone's kind of off from a holiday perspective. So it's probably some drama of something happened to someone over the holidays. I mean, that is a strategy, but I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with it in this situation. I'll just play back. Just gonna relax. National news too much? Ooh. Hmm. Not super in tune with the news in general, Macedonia or otherwise. Just because I try to stay away from it because it's bad for me. But so you can just leave. Like actually just leave. Hmm. Nah, I'd win. I'd win against who? I don't know. We're not a super internationally discussed country. And even then, I mean, there was a girl who got kidnapped recently, but that wasn't that recent. Look at this position, guys. Ugh. I would feel bad for him if it wasn't his own fault. What do you think would surprise you about what do I think would surprise you about everyday life in Macedonia? Well, that depends on where you're from. That depends on what you consider normal. Normal is relative. So if you live in a country that's culturally shares a lot with Macedonia, a lot of things wouldn't surprise you. So where are you from vaguely? Like country. Give me country. I don't need specifics, of course. I'm not trying to dox you, but like country, where are you from? Asia. So a lot of Asian countries don't like cheeses. So maybe it would be how much cheese is a thing here. People are also really touchy, but people being touchy is not weird unless you're from the West. And so I don't know how Asian countries approach touch in just normal platonic relationships like hugging, handshaking, that sort of thing. I actually don't know anything about that. Huh. Um, taking that. It's a conservative country, yeah. It's a traditionalist country. So conservative isn't really the right word. I have no idea, Goddle. I'd have to Google it. I told you I'm not super in tune with the news because I feel like it just makes my life worse. I only hear about news from like secondhand sources. You know, from like my friends telling me something happened. Which is very Macedonian, but also not the quickest way of getting, you know, the latest drama. What else would surprise you about everyday life in Macedonia? The amount of drinking. That's a former communist in general, but the amount of drinking is insane, and the times at which you drink, and like that's a pretty surprising one. Um, the number of public holidays, that's a pretty surprising one. The way that architecture is designed so that you can see people is also pretty surprising. If you're not from a culture where that's a normal thing. Right. Okay, so here's the thing. So here's the thing, my good comedian. You in chess, it's generally a bad idea to create weaknesses without getting something in return. So in this position, what you did with all this a6 e6 stuff is you made the world's worst set of dark squares. These dark squares are hilariously terrible. Like they're painfully terrible. And I just kind of let you hang yourself. This wasn't even that good of a move, but the point is your light squares, your dark squares are just horrible, which means this bishop is the worst piece to ever exist in the entire history of chess. It's quite impressive, actually. Historians will be looking back on this game hundreds of years from now, trying to figure out what the heck happened to this bishop. A6 does, I'm not, but You see, if you play a6, that's fine, but then don't play e6. Then don't play e6, play d6. That way this bishop has a way out. And this knight is protected from e5 happening. d6 is... a6 is fine, e6 is fine, g6 is fine. These three moves don't work together. Anti-synergy. Tosha Proeski, let's go! No, okay, that's the pop singer who died in a car crash. He's still considered a hero of the country, but... That's a contentious issue as well, Ronnie. e6, so no knight, so knight e7? Yeah, but no. Again, all these moves are fine. They all have individual justifications, but they don't work well together. It's like, I love garlic. I love boza. I don't love boza. I like garlic, I like boza. And I like... Just, I don't know what else would I even put in making this list. And I like espresso. But I would not make a garlic boza espresso. Just because the things individually work together. No, because pizza goes with garlic. So that's not a good metaphor. So, just because the individual things are good does not mean they should be put together. You can make a bad thing that's a combination of a bunch of good things. Again, all three of these moves have positions where they're played and reasons they are good. However, when you put them all together, you are making huge problems for this bishop. This bishop doesn't exist. You're basically playing this game down a piece. And I know your plan is to go b5, bishop b7, but the problem is you've already created so many problems on these dark squares. And spent so many tempi just pushing pawns that you're already losing in this position. Now, I should have just gone knight f6 immediately. I was playing a little cowardly. I should have just done this, right, and killed you. But I was playing a little bit cowardly. And now you're just down a piece. The consequences, well, if it isn't the consequences of your actions, you know what I mean? Because if we look at how I won this game, how I won this game is I piled up on the dark squares. And these knights, dark squares. This bishop, dark square. My queen going into the dark squares. I just piled up on the dark squares, and so I have 4 pieces attacking the dark squares. You have 2 defending it. It can't stand. It can't exist. Cannot exist. So you isolated your queen on the edge of the board where it's not doing anything. You've created huge dark squared weaknesses, and then you wasted time. And so because of that, you couldn't really get away with anything. Again, there were multiple ways I could have played this for the win, but I played it very barbaric. Something like d5 is also really good, just because then I play knight d6, and now my bishop's amazing, and all of my pieces are amazing. All my pieces come to life. Again, a6, I know the computer gives a6 as a mistake, and it definitely was not a very good move, because, like, knight b5 is not a threat currently. What does knight b5 do? Play d6, or play f6, knight f6. The reason knight f6 is suspicious is because sometimes I get e5 and you have to be very wary of all this, but here you have knight e4, so you're okay. But knight f6, something, get your pieces out. a6, knight b5 doesn't do anything. What am I going to do? Go to c7? You're already guarding c7. I would have to play this move. So like, let's say you play knight f6. If I go bishop f4 or something, well, first off, you just take a pawn. So let's ignore that for a second. So knight f6, I castle. Well, then now you can castle and solve the problem as well. Or you can take on e4 because you're forking a pawn out. You're forking a piece afterwards. But let's say you just castle. Well, now you allow d5. But let's say I go knight b5 for the sake of argument. Or no, let's say I go bishop f4 and I try to go on c7. Worst case scenario, I mean, you can take this pawn. This is a free pawn. However, worst case scenario, you play d6, you block the diagonal. Knight a5, knight b5 doesn't accomplish anything. I play knight b5, you play a6, and knight goes back. I've wasted a tempo. But a6 is important, and preventing knight b5 is important when you've already created dark squared weaknesses, and you need to prevent the knight from getting into them. There are no weaknesses here. This is not a threat. This doesn't do anything. Maybe if the queen was on c7, you would be scared of it because it comes with tempo, but even then. How's it a free pawn? Knight x, d5. And if I go bishop takes, then after queen takes, oh, messed up. Queen takes, Knight c3, queen c4. It's not technically free pawn, however, this is going to Fang. This is there's no universe where I can defend this. I'm here takes and I take the pawn. This pawn is undefendable. Unless I want to give up my last bishop and give you the bishop pair, which this is also painful. Or knight takes or whatever. And this is also painful because then I get the bishop pair against the knight pair. Popular joke from your country? Do I know any Macedonian jokes? Okay, give me a second. Part of the problem with Eastern European humor is it's difficult to tell it in English because it's aggressively racist. Balkans are never racist? Okay, come on. Now that's a joke. They hate everyone equally? That's still racism. Balkans not being racist. That's a funny joke right there. British people have no emotion. British people have no emotion. That's a new one. That's a new stereotype. Racism is hanging on a specific color. They hate everything. No, it's just equal opportunity racism is still racism. Eastern Europeans don't like immigrants too much. It depends. It really depends. So it depends on a lot of things, Ronnie. So first off, we kind of have the sibling rivalry thing going, especially in the Balkans, where we all hate each other, but we hate other people more. So, like, we hate on everyone in the Balkans, but we all collectively in the Balkans hate the Turks more than we hate each other. You know what I mean? And then we're annoyed at the Western Europeans because we feel like they look down on us, because they do. And the Americans are now a self-parody. Like, you don't even have to make fun of the Americans anymore. They make fun of themselves. But, like, it's... So, the Americans, you don't even have to try. That's as a half American. Just for the record. I'm allowed to say that. It was much better 6 years ago. That's also the opinion... but see, that's hard. It's super hard because if you say something like America was much better 60 years ago, you are confronted with the very excellent point of, well, there was a lot of like really problematic racism and sexism in the States 60 years ago, which is true. The reason that's an annoying point is because it's true. However, there were a lot of things that were better about the US 60 years ago, and my dad talks to me about this all the time, where the change in character is interesting because it's no longer a place you go for opportunity the same way it was 60 years ago. Like, you go and it's annoying, but then you integrate, you're able to work up to a stable job, and then you have a good life. You know what I mean? And that's not something that you can just kind of do in the States nearly as easily anymore. So would you like to visit the USA in the future? I mean, I just visited this past summer. I had a family reunion, and so I went for that. And while I do enjoy visiting because I have a lot of friends and family there, music better than culture, way people think. I'm not going to. The music was not better. I'm time out. Music was not better, but we're not going there. And the way people thought was not universally better. So I have a lot of friends and family in the States still, and so I do intend to visit more in the future, but I don't think I don't think I would want to live there at this point. Maybe that'll change, but which state you visited? I visited multiple. I visited Florida, Georgia, and Ohio. I was music in America. It was amazing because there still is amazing music in the U.S. And plus, a lot of the music from the 60s, while I like it a lot, is very shallow. Not all of it, a lot of it. I assume we're talking 60s. If we're talking 70s, then the 70s was really mixed bag. There's a lot of good 70s, a lot of bad 70s, like music today. The folk and country music? Well, that wouldn't be 60 years ago, because you're not talking about country from the 70s. Talking about the traditions? We're not talking 70s country. Folk from the 70s I can get behind, but like, do you have any cultural shock in the US? Yeah, a ton. It's really weird. It's almost more weird. I don't know if it is, but it's almost more weird. Because here, I so obviously don't fit in culturally that I'm not expected to. And so when I don't, people are surprised, but they're just like, oh, the American, and they move on with their lives. But in the States, because I'm in that uncanny valley where like I look like I'm from the States, I sound like I'm from the States, it makes it so that when the moments pop up where things are, where I think about something differently, or I'm just not sure what the heck is happening, they're more jarring. Like what? So the example I always bring up is a fairly small one, a fairly inconsequential one. There are more bigger ones, but the one I bring up most is that here in Macedonia, people don't go places alone. You just don't. It's not a thing you do. If you go somewhere, you have someone else with you. It's assumed. That's a very Eastern European thing in general, but it's also a very Macedonian thing. Now, that's not something I'm completely used to yet, and that's still something that I'm different from here. However, I'm getting more used to that as time goes on. And so that's starting to show in the way I think about things whenever I visit the States. Like, for example, even just in little things, like if you're walking with a group and somebody like bends over to tie their shoe or something, at least one other person from the group will stop to wait with them, right? Very small thing. Happy New Year, someone. A very small thing. At least one person will stop. And if it's a group of 3 people, then both of the other ones will stop, so nobody ends up going alone. Happy New Year, Gambit. Right? It's just a thing you do. You don't think about it, you just do it. It's polite. Right? That's not a thing in the US. It's every man for himself. I'm walking, you're walking. If we're walking the same direction, we're walking together. If you slow down, skill issue. I'm continuing to walk, you know? It's just a different approach. Because our goal in walking is to get to the destination. So if I'm going to get to the destination, I'm going to get to the destination. Capitalism. It's not capitalism. I hate when everything is blamed on capitalism. Capitalism has its problems, but capitalism isn't a cultural thing. Cultural things are a cultural thing. It's individualism versus communism. Not communism. Communal living. It's not capitalism this time, guys, I swear. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, that's like not a thing you do. It's a very individualistic culture. We're both walking to get to that place. So if you slow down, you'll catch up because we're both trying to get there. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, Goddle. Anyway. So, while I was in the US, yes, necessary to tell someone, can you stop so I can tie my shoe? Yeah. And you can do that. It's not that big of a deal. Again, it's not a problem. This isn't a better or a worse thing. This is just a thing. In Macedonia, you don't think about it. It happens. In the US, you can ask someone to stop and they will stop. But it's not required or considered rude to not stop. So people wouldn't wait. Why should I wait? Exactly. And so it's like rude of me to wait because then you'll feel like you're making me wait. That's not fair. You're not making me wait. So it's like, it wouldn't be rude to stop, but people would like almost feel coddled. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird. So that's something that I was getting used to because while I'm still a weird in between, so I'm not totally used to the Macedonian communal thinking yet. I'm closer to that than when I moved. It is, I like it, but it is it's just a difference. I'm not going to comment on if it's better or worse. So when I was in the US most recently, I was walking with 2 other people, my friend and my friend's mom, right? And so my friend's mom stopped to tie her shoes. Completely normal, right? Whatever. And so I instinctively stopped as well. Just without thinking, I stopped because I was like, oh, she's tying her shoes. I'm stopping. See you, comedian. I'm stopping. My friend, he just kept going. He just kept walking. And so then I was just like, for a split second, and once I thought about it, it was fine. But for a split second, I was panicking, like, where am I supposed to go? Somebody's going to be alone. Somebody's going to be by themselves in this interaction. It's a trap. Help, help. We need a fourth person. You know? And it's like, it's not that big of a deal, but no, it's not cold because it's not a cultural expectation. That's not a thing you're supposed to do. I'm missing the point entirely. Okay. We need a fourth person. I'm outnumbered. Again, you get used to it and it's fine, but it's those little moments where you're like, all right. Wait till you visit Germany. They're known for a no-nonsense attitude. Oh, I'm not worried about it at all. I'm the benefit of living between two cultures is that you learn to pay more attention to it. And so I feel like being between two cultures, I'm somewhat uniquely suited to paying attention to it now. And also it's just an interesting thing to think about. Recently, I was chatting with some people who were just visiting Macedonia for a short time, and I was just talking to them because I like talking to people, and they were from the Netherlands. They're from the Netherlands. They were Dutch, and it was really interesting talking to them because they just had a like, again, it was a different way of thinking. What? Uncute? Is uncute a word? And it was interesting talking to cuteless. That's even less of a word. If uncute was barely a word, then that's like not a word at all. Cuteless. That's like the sword that pirates use, right? And so it's interesting because I actually really appreciate it. No. Anyway, I actually really appreciated talking to the Dutch because I found that they have, it's like a no nonsense, but it's not the same type of no nonsense that like the Germans have. Right? Having visited Austria before. Well, Austrians aren't Germans, but my point is, it's culturally, they're in a similar sort of vein, in the same way that we're culturally similar to the Serbians. Anyway, but having been to Austria and having talked with Austrians, it's not the same kind of no nonsense, but it's more of a directness. 4 to 5 countries? More than that. So if we're counting countries, that airports don't count, and I have to have been in them within at least like a day or two. So in that case, I've been to Macedonia, Greece, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, Bulgaria, Austria, London, the United States, obviously, and I feel like I'm missing one, but that's pretty much on the Netherlands. I'm probably missing one, but that's what I remember off the top of my head. Off the dome. Italy too. Italy. Thank you. I was forgetting Italy. Told you I was forgetting one. I forgot the most recent one. So like somewhere in that realm, like 7, 8. I want to get more, but yeah, 7, 8 currently. Not the smallest number. Do you aim to visit all European countries? Not really. I do like visiting other countries and I want to visit more other countries, but I don't think I have a specific aim, like visiting all the European countries or something. It's just something I casually kind of want to do as I continue living life. You know, one day it'd be nice to hit them all, but I don't have it as like an intentional goal. Because there's a lot of countries in Europe. You know, how's London? Actually, really interesting. So, I've been told by people from the UK that London is a different country than the rest of the UK. And I am inclined to believe them because I feel that way about Skopje and the rest of Macedonia. And so, with that in mind, it was actually super interesting and I really enjoyed it. There was a lot of diversity of people and of cultures and of like foods and that sort of thing, and I like that a lot. I found that fascinating. Like, I went with my mom because we went to see a concert, and so while we were there, we went to an open air market that we found. It was beautiful, but the smells and colors that were going on in that open air market were just stunning. Like the U.S., like the U.S. was is a country with a lot of diversity of peoples. That's like a thing about the U.S. However, even compared to the U.S., London was just like another level. Yeah, I did walk in London. We did mostly walking in like public transport and all that because well, I mean, getting a car would have been expensive, you know, especially since it was still a relatively short trip. So we did mostly walking and then public transport. It wasn't. I don't like cities. I just don't. And so I wouldn't want to live in London because I don't like cities too much. However, I found the cultural diversity was beautiful. And that's, I would say, one of the things I miss most about somewhere like the US as compared to Macedonia. Chess tournaments, just holidays. That was just, again, we went for a concert, or we went for a concert and a few musicals, cause I love musicals, like the music from them, but I've never, I up until that point had never been to like a big musical, like a real production. You know what I mean? And so, it was like a Christmas present sort of idea where we spent a few days going to a concert and we went to two musicals just for a few days and then came back. It was like a Christmas thing last year. Oh, Vlappy. I've been to chess tournaments in Italy. I didn't play in that one. In a chess tournament in Albania. Ooh, I've been to Albania too. I forgot to mention Albania. Yeah, I've been to Albania and I've been to a chess tournament in Albania. So that's a definitely a country I've been to. That was definitely a mistake. Which country do I want to revisit and which country do I never want to visit again? Ooh. I don't think I have a country that I never want to visit again. I've really enjoyed basically every country I've been to. So I definitely can't answer where would I never want to visit again. I don't have anywhere that I didn't like for some reason. But if I had to pick somewhere that I would explicitly want to go again, Italy is definitely up there. Hmm. It'll probably be Italy. Probably be Italy. Maybe the UK as well. I don't know. I want to visit everywhere again. Max, how do I play it? Well, let's find out. I want to visit everywhere again. Everywhere I've been, I want to go back to at some point because I don't feel like I got my fill. But why pizza? Well, partially that, partially because the food was amazing, and I'm kind of a coffee guy, so I had an espresso there and it was wonderful. But also partially because the museums were really, really cool. We have interesting history and interesting museums here, but they have museums of like a ton of different sort of things in Italy, and they're very professionally organized, which is something we don't have as much here. Our museums are interesting and very cool, and I highly recommend them, but it's a different experience to a more professionally organized museum with a lot more information about the different items and a lot more intentionality in the displays, right? So your opening was fine, homies. And so plus, I found the people really pleasant. Again, I would love to revisit like every country I've been to. And maybe I'm just saying Italy because that's the country I've most recently been to. And so it's the freshest in my mind. That's entirely possible. But definitely would want to revisit basically everywhere I've ever been. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. So queen c8 was problem one. This pawn is hanging. This pawn is also hanging. So, homies, let's think about this rationally. What's a move that you could play that could solve the problem of both of these pawns? Is there a move? First question, is there a move in this position which defends both pawns? Is there a move that defends both pawns? Bishop c6? Shh, scale. Shh. We don't want him to know. Ignore scale, man. No, you're right. Also, Happy New Year, Skullman. It's not scale, it's skull. Is that an I or two L's? So, yeah, bishop c6. It looks pretty clearly the best move to me. Didn't want to play it. I want to be crazy. There's multiple types of crazy, you know? There's crazy as in, like, silly string to me is just regular string. And then there's crazy as in, like, I am mentally unwell. This is playing queen c8 is closer to the mentally unwell side of the spectrum than it is the actual silly string is just regular string. Like, if you wanted to play crazy, you could play bishop c8, right? And then do this and try to take the d4 pawn afterwards and try to argue that you've blunted my bishop. Like, that could be interesting. That's a little goofy silly. Play for the queenside pawn majority, the blunted bishop's like, okay, it's a thing you could do. But I am kind of a believer in Occam's razor. Just play bishop c6. Just defend both pawns, develop your piece, open your queens here. The pawn's a little uncomfortable on c7. This is true, but you'll solve it long term. You'll play a5, a4. You'll work on things. You'll fix things up. It's fine. Bishop c6 was definitely the move. Queen c8 just concretely loses a pawn. And you have nothing. And like after c6, now your queen's bad. You have no compensation. Zero compensation. And then bishop h3 was even worse because you gave me bishop b7. Now, I was being paranoid. I was like, oh no, but I forgot that this bishop hangs at the end after queen takes b3. Rook takes b3. I forgot that this bishop hangs, so I didn't play that. I was a coward and I played bishop g2, but this is also terrible. Do you collect anything from each country I visit? I actually bring back tchotchkes for like little items for my chess club specifically, but for me, for myself, not really. Because for me, like the greatest joy of visiting new countries is one, like scenery, two, people, and three, kind of like understanding how they work from a cultural perspective. Now, obviously, you're not going to get that fully in a few days. And like for countries like Amsterdam, not Amsterdam, it's like a city. For countries like the Netherlands and Albania, I don't think I got a very good feel for how they flowed. And so I'd want to go back for that reason. But oftentimes I don't feel like a little tchotchke does well to remind me of the really interesting parts I liked from the place. if I see something I really find interesting, but that's just stuff in general. I'm a hoarder in general. Don't want to play bishop 6 because the pawns. Saw it at the last second. Yeah. Well, bishop c6, the pawns makes sense, but in that case, bishop c8. Again, you're just a pawn down here. You're just a pawn down here. Ooh. Ooh. I missed that completely. Anyway. You're just a pawn down. Australia and the Middle East. I'd love to visit Australia at some point. Horribly scared of spiders, so it'd have to be once I got over that. Right now, I'm kind of a broke college student, so justifying travel for travel's sake is kind of difficult. Still oily is the good news. It's actually gotten a lot better. It's not perfect, but I mean, if you look at it right now, it's like not terrible. And this is, I was planning on taking a shower today because I haven't showered in like 2-3 days. I haven't washed my hair in like 2-3 days. And so after, it's not horrible. It's not the best, but it's a lot better than it used to be. And now it's like serviceable. I like learning about different cultures, but I mean, I also love going to like concerts, but I don't go to many concerts because they're expensive. If I had infinite money. I'd love to visit a bunch of different places just to kind of get a feel for how they work. But again, that's expensive. Travel is expensive. And I have a lot of things kind of not tying me down, but tying me down. So like, for example, I also play China and Japan. I would love to visit China. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but as a US citizen, I'm a little bit scared of traveling to China. Just from like, it's just, I don't have a great deal of faith. In the same way, I'm a little scared of visiting Russia. Japan, I would love to visit at some point, and I intend to visit at some point, but it's not something I'm intending on visiting now or short term because it's farther and therefore more expensive. But I would definitely like to visit Japan at some point. Thailand, I'd like to visit. I know a lot of people from Malaysia. Maybe I should visit Malaysia at some point. I do like to travel, but Japan feels dangerous for me. I know Japan is more dangerous than somewhere like Macedonia, but that's a low bar, religiously speaking. Religiously speaking, it's dangerous. Ooh, I didn't know that. Oh, this is obviously winning. Why didn't I play this? Because now I can just create a pass pawn here. I play like e4, and it's very bad for you. And I just create a pass pawn and I win because I have 2 passes. Something else, which I don't know how to say this without it coming across weird. India or South Korea, you need to. Ooh, that's true. Love to visit both of those. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out a way of saying this without sounding weird. I don't think it's possible. Because I don't really watch anime, I feel like I don't care about Japan, but Japan for me is just another country, and I don't have the weird connection to Japan that I know a lot of people my age do. So while I would like to visit Japan, I would like to visit Japan in the same way I'd like to visit Spain. You know what I mean? And then this is just endgame finesse. And I don't mean it as like, again, this isn't like an insult to Japan. I'm just saying I'm not part of that cultural, wave. Give me the cue. Give yourself the cue. So here, taking with king makes way more sense. That way, if I try to go rook e7, you go rook c7. And we play this endgame. Remember, rooks on the 7th rank, very important. You gave me a rook on the 7th rank with check. That loses you the game. You have to protect your 7th. King takes. Alternatively, rook f6 first. Attack this pawn, defend this pawn. Also makes sense. But king takes to me is most principled. And if I go check, you don't care. Because now if rook b7, you can play rook f6 and you can walk your king in this way. Rooks on the 7th are very powerful. And so you gave me one with check for no price. It didn't cost anything. The only way you try to hold this is if you play rook b2 and get a rook on the 2nd, which is also very strong. And maybe you hold. Because maybe this pawn is powerful enough that you can withstand these two passers. Maybe, I don't think you can, but you can try. But giving me the 7th rank with check and then not taking the 2nd just killed your game. Other than that, it went pretty well. Again, there was a few times where I didn't take pawns I should have, but you know, we're not going to talk about that. It's your turn, Shawns. So obviously, if I were to visit Japan, it wouldn't be only for anime. Well, for me, it wouldn't be anime for only anime in general because I don't watch anime. But so what I mean is, I don't have. Japan isn't at the top of my list of countries to visit. You know, again, because it's very far, which means expensive and takes a long time. Versus somewhere like France, where I know France is supposedly not amazing for. No, I mean that's just Paris though. I'd get out of Paris immediately. So, like France, where I could take, a 3-hour flight and be in France. You know what I mean? Still do want to visit at some point, especially since I know a guy in Japan. And for me, that's like half the battle. I got that Macedonian in me. But, yeah. Okay, let me just... copy this. Or like states in the US. That's what I mean. And between my US passport and my Macedonian passport, it's very easy for me to travel to a lot of places in Europe. Because the US passport would get you basically anywhere for travel. And then Macedonian passport is actually really, really good for travel as well. It inherited a lot of the Yugoslavian travel abilities. And so I can go basically anywhere in Europe for short periods of time, like a month or so, using my Macedonian passport, like trivially easily, which is super nice. So traveling throughout Europe is insanely simple. And flights are cheap and it's relatively normal. So there's a lot of resources available from a just being not afraid perspective. You hold dual citizenship? Yes, sir, I do. I'm half and half. I mean that in every sense you can. Culturally, ethnically, citizenshiply. General Kenobi. Happy New Year, Norwegian. 45, knight 3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight d4. Isn't this line considered non-amazing? d3. I mean, like anything else, it's playable. Ooh. Is b5 a move here? I don't like b5. I don't understand what the point is. Where's this bishop going to go after b5? Because after b5, playing b5, d5 feels a little bit counter-positional. And so I feel like you want to get the bishop out this way by playing d5. Or you want to play b6, bishop b7. b5 just feels like it does not align with the spirit of the position. If I were black, I would be considering like h6, some bishop moves somewhere. Almost any bishop move is justifiable. especially in your country, like people playing in a cafe, etc. So there's like a weird generational gap where there's a lot of young people interested in chess and there's a lot of very old people interested in chess. But people my age, not as much. Older people, yes. Because there's a huge chess culture in Yugoslavia, especially in the city where I used to live. Huge chess culture. Maybe even knight f6. Just knight f6. Probably isn't that bad. Knight f6, bishop b4 check. Maybe you can even play d5. And after takes... check and then takes on d5. You know, and you play chess. Traveling to the Baltic? Baltic or Balkan? Oh, so your chess club is mostly kids? Yeah, I would say that. I mean, there are multiple chess clubs in my city, and the one that I'm a coach of is the one that appeals more to kids. We're focusing more on the youths. So there's a few chess clubs, and some of them are kid focused. And there are a few of them that are focused on the older players. We're the one that focuses on the younger players. Balkan, like the peninsula. Baltic is up by Lithuania. Balkan is down here by Macedonia. Oh, really? Cool. Is it just Sofia or are you somewhere weirder? It's like I wouldn't rule this out either because you can't play knight c3, which means the queen taking on here isn't as punishable. But okay. Bit weirder, but I don't remember. Fair enough. So are you going to stay in Bulgaria? Are you traveling around? What's the plan? c4, b5. Hello, pigeons. a5. Oh, this is a little barbaric. There's too many pawn moves. I'm your great grandfather. I'm stuck in Paris. Can you send me $800,000? Here's the problem. I don't feel comfortable spending that level of money unless it's an investment. So if it was like $800,000 so that you could send me back $1 million once you open a bank account, then we could be talking. Need motivational speech for tomorrow's tournament? Win. No, okay. What kind of motivation do you need? You feeling? Are you nervous? Are you what are you feeling? How do we feel about this whole tournament? I don't like this at all. You're playing too many pawn moves. Playing too many pawn moves. And you're pawn moves that don't help your development. These are pawn moves, but they don't help develop any pieces. I'll give you the Mona Lisa, the original. Now we're talking. A bit nervous? Why is that? Why is that, pigeons? It's my first tournament. Oh, that's wonderful. So first tournament is great because I'll tell you, as someone who plays in a lot of tournaments, there's nothing scarier than playing against someone whose first tournament it is because you are never sure how good they're going to be. It's like an emotional roller coaster every time. I went down, got really sunburnt, so that week caused a pain in the hotel room, drinking soda at the free bar, bathing in the pools, and not much more really. So I'm not going to Bulgaria anymore. I'm thinking about going to Belgrade at least. Maljara. So I'm telling you, just know that for a lot of other players, they'll be as scared of you as you are scared of them. That's like the spiders thing. You know, everyone talks about how spiders are so scary. Well, spiders are also scared of you. What's the most relaxing destination you've been to? Cyprus was pretty relaxing. Italy was also pretty relaxing. So so you were the spider of the chess community. And Norwegians heading all over the place. So you're the spider of the chess community. And also, just know that another thing, you don't have any elo to lose. You can only win from this. You can only gain elo from this tournament. You will either gain elo or go neutral. You're not going to lose elo. And plus, come on. you're not going to get kicked out of the playing hall as well, because in my experience, chess players are very happy to have new people at tournaments. So just relax. Know that it's your first time. Things are going to be a little weird, but you'll get into it once you kind of get the rhythm of the whole thing. The tournament will end, and then next time you'll be ready. Another benefit of Eastern Europe, when it comes to chess, is it's completely normal to just walk over to someone who's analyzing a game and a board and like kind of stand there and watch and comment. So that's another benefit of Eastern European chess. Greece or Cyprus, according to you? What do you mean? All the words? No problem. No problem. Pigeons. b4, 92, bishop c5, d4, bishop b6, castles, knight f6, bishop c2, d5, e5, knight e4. Yeah, so now you're finally getting your pieces in. He's kind of given you the time you need by also doing the exact same thing you were doing. But b4 just invites all these squares around that you've weakened to be a problem. Which one do you like more? Oh, okay. Whew. I was a little scared there for a moment because, you know, there's the whole thing about Cyprus between Turkey and Greece. And so I thought that question was in that direction. And I was like, oh no, I'm going to die. I'm going to get shot. But no, we're good. So it's been a long time since I've been to Cyprus. But from what I remember, I think Cyprus was very touristy. And while that's nice from some perspective, I also like the less touristy aspect of it more. So like not far across the border from where I live in Greece, there's this little town called Florina. And it's a smaller city. And I just really like it quite a lot because to me, it's not touristy at all because it's just a Greek city. But in that, I find that kind of really pleasant because it's just people, you know, and the people are friendly and I almost like that more. So I would probably say Greece, just because the places I've been to in Cyprus have all been very touristy. You know, Russian oligarch money and all that. But he played 92 and then bishop c5, d4, bishop. This is good. Knight f6 kind of invites e5, and you kind of have to calculate e5. Because e5, knight d5, now you have to actually consider whether or not this is good for you. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure in one way or another. I'm not sold because it feels like the space advantage benefits white since white's the one going for an attack, but I don't know. d5 is an interesting idea, but I would just castle. Gotta go. Nice talking to you. We'll join tomorrow. Well, I won't be here tomorrow. No, I'll be here on Wednesday. But it's a pleasure. Appreciate all the good questions. e5. I hope this isn't like to build an AI replica of me or something. That would be kind of weird. But it'd be kind of cool. Finally be able to talk to a real one. I'm kidding. So d5 is bad because it invites e5. Again, e5 is a very scary move. I really don't think you were scared enough of e5. Mr. Zeus. Knight g3, f takes. Because look at this. There is no universe where you can't sacrifice something here. All of your pieces are out on vacation on the queen side. There's an... Bye, Jeffrey. Sorry it took so long to get to you in queue. It's been a slow queue today. Slow moving queue. Anyway, there's no universe. All of your pieces are on vacation. Like, this is terrifying. Maybe you survive this, but I am not the most excited about this turn of events. Rook f6, you lose on the spot, so you have to play king h8. It is, like, it's very close to you losing on the spot. Like, rook f4, you have to play rook takes e5, and you just barely hold on. You hold on, but it's close. Rook e4, and you hold it. It's very scary. I'm very scared in this position. So, I really think you underestimated how strong e5 was by inviting it as many times as you did. Why on earth would you play that? Oh no. And he just blundered his queen. We take those. We take those. Totally planned and intentional. We take those. Why on earth did he do that? Literally take your pick. Literally take your pick. To me, this is the most direct. But like, even this, and you just your king is wide open. Bishop e6, and you hope and pray to Kaisa that you don't die, even though you probably will die, and it will probably be a painful death. Again, you just let him lock down the center. It's just too many moves spent on the queen side pushing pawns. Like, you can do that, but you have to have something for it at the end of the day. He's got you still here? I don't think so. Which means... it's Poof's turn. Oh, no. So I'm definitely going to lose, guys, because Poof has been studying chess more than I have. And I'm having a very bad week when it comes to chess. I've lost like 100 ELO this week. It's been terrible. It's one of the worst weeks I've had in chess in a long time. Unless Poof isn't here, and I get to just escape with my life. He's not responding. Shh, don't tell anybody. Comedian also left. Oh, so now the queue's speeding up. It ebbs and flows. It ebbs and flows. It's someone's turn. It's someone still here. I think someone also left. This is what happens. Now it's Homie's turn. But Homie's also left. Oh, Poof's here. Never mind. You're good. I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. And it will be death. Why do I have so many messages? I swear. As soon as I start streaming, I'm suddenly the most popular guy on the internet. Like, from my school, from people on Discord. It's ridiculous. At some point, I need to just pretend to start streaming, and then like not actually. That way, everyone texts me. At some point, that needs to be my plan. Why is your flag Niu? Is it pronounced Niu? Somehow, some way, I doubt you're actually from. I doubt you moved to Niu since you last been here. Or is it Niue or something weird like that? I always forget my theory for these lines. And Poof knows it. That's why it makes me play them. Because he knows. It's a very consistent way of dealing with me. I feel like this is one of the ideas. I always forget my lines. Let me think. I don't know how I feel about this position. So my intention was to play something like this and try to make the point that you spent a lot of time doing relatively little. I don't know if that point is correct or not, but I feel like there are lines where you play to punish black for playing so many moves without castling. I don't know if this is one of the lines, but that's my intention, is to find out, right? Like takes and then d5 or something. I don't think I have the development to pull it off though. I almost do, but I don't think I quite do. I mean, I could do something stupid like this. Again, it's just been a lot of moves without castling. Maybe I should have done this 2 moves ago. Might have been better then. Like right here, that definitely would have been better. That might have actually been really bad for him. Nah, he would have survived. I don't know. It's not clear to me. I don't think it's clear to Poof either, judging by how long he's taking on this move. It's a very weird position. Per usual, when me and Poof play, the positions are always very weird. I think we're both just mutually allergic to good chess, so we just have to, we'll break out in hives if we actually do like accurate moves. Well, it makes me retch just saying it. I thought knight here first would have been better. Wait, what? No way. No, because, no, you have to play this now. That way, if I take your bishop, you can take back with knight. And if I take your knight, you take my bishop. And I don't have this check because of the queen guarding it. But now in this position, if you go knight here and I take your knight, then if you take my bishop, I take here check. What? What? Can you do that? That always happens when me and Poof play chess. What's stopping him, I guess, but like... Feels so suspicious. Maybe I don't have anything, but it's just... It would be shocking to me if I had nothing. If I go here, maybe you can go g5. Take. Bishop c6. You was switching Zug after trade? Well, I don't know if I do, because he might play b4. He might play b4, Yusuf. And then after that, what is it? So I'm not even sure this works. Maybe I have knight b5, but then the problem is if knight takes e5, then my bishop's hanging. Now maybe after b4 I take the knight, he takes bishop, and then I play knight e4. And my point is that his bishop is terrible, which I don't even, that might be good. But is that good? Because then I get like c5 for my knight with tempo on the bishop, and I get like rook a7 or something. Can you play that? I figured I'd rook check first. And like, yes, he takes on b2, but I didn't think it mattered. I don't know, man. This position is way too weird for me. I do not have the mental capacity to deal with this right now. So it can't be king f6. It can't be king f8. So he must play king d8. This must be the move. Unless he has bishop d7? No, but then I have bishop takes c6. So he has to play king e8. So after he plays king e8, what do I do? Because king e8 is the only move. There's no way anything else works. There's no universe where anything but king e8 works. So it has to be king e8. So what do I do after king e8? f4? King e8, f4? That's what I'm considering, but I hadn't decided on it yet. And mate? What do you mean mate? Takes my bishop. He's not going to move the knight. He's taking the bishop. Which, fine, but like... King e8, f4, takes bishop, takes knight. Treat bishop first. So I'd have to go bishop a4 and then threaten f4, which is fine. I can do that, but then he has bishop d7, right? So I don't get mate guaranteed because he has bishop d7. And I could get rook for 2 pieces, but actually maybe I could. I could just go... No, but then the king's on e8 doesn't work. So maybe like a knight e4 there? Maybe... No, f4 anyway, because then I take the bishop. Okay, so maybe. Again, I'm calculating all this as we speak, but like... King e8, f4. Bishop a4. No. King e8, bishop a4. Bishop b7 is probably a move. Yeah, he'll go f6. You can't go king f6. I have knight e4 check. You can't do that. And that leaves you with here and here, and both of those look hideous. There's no way. I don't believe it. King f4, king f5's take. I play knight d6 and it's terrible. What? Huh? Give me a second. My brain can't take this right now. I don't got the mental capacity for this. Is he drunk? No, he was just gaming. So now I absolutely go bishop a4. Bishop a4 and knight e4. What, did I have a tactic? He hung the bishop? He hung the bishop? Oh, I had bishop a6, didn't I? Oh, I had bishop a6. I'm an idiot. I totally had bishop a6. He did hang the bishop. My intention was this. He did hang the bishop. Factual statement. My intention was this, and I'm like, okay, it can't be worse. Watch me lose this. That's what's going to happen here. I don't want to lose, though. I know there's all these platitudes about learning and losing and loving and losing and losing, but I don't want to lose. Better to have lost and loved than to have killed an issue. He gets your rook. In this position, he doesn't, because he has to move the knight. If he plays king here, I take the bishop and then I take the knight. So that's not something I'm afraid of. Too many hanging pawns. Again, these pawns are terrible, and he's got too many hanging pawns. Save your rook, he's crying. No, my rook was important. He did hang a bishop. I can't believe I missed that. But now he loses at least one of these pawns. He wants to lose more than one of the pawns. And so now he's down a pawn. I told you the pawns were too weak. His pawns are too weak, his pieces are too bad. There's nothing you can do. Now I take on g7, and I'm simply up a pawn in the endgame with more time on the clock. I know, but I don't think he guaranteed loses two pawns. Maybe he does, but if something like h6, I don't think I can have the time to win that one. Or not immediately, at least. I mean, I'll just take that, right? This is still weak, this is weak, and I'm going to bring my knight back to f5. Right? I mean, I don't know. I could play like e4 at some point. Most of my pawns aren't dark squares already. It's not too terrible. Not too terrible if I do say so myself. I've got to be somewhat careful, but not that careful. Okay, sure. That's a depressing move, though. That's a depressing move. Why do you go king d6? I have no idea. I think he wants to come this way? That doesn't make much sense to me either, though, I'm being honest. I don't understand most of his moves at this point. I'm kind of lost. I'll leave my knight there for a brief moment. Actually, no, I won't. I'll play this. No, I won't. I'll play this. Actually, no, I won't. I'll play this. Clearly, I'm very decisive. Now I go here, because I do not want to allow king d4. Maybe I should have gone e3 instead of e4. Maybe e3 was better. Okay, he still can't get in. Well, position aside, now I just win on the clock. I do think I'm positionally either winning or close to winning, but now I just win on the clock. I don't even play the position anymore. I think we're good. This way. Oh, you can be next, homies. Don't worry. Yeah, that's very dead. That's a weird move. Takes, knight takes, bishop takes, king takes. Push. The king is too close. So I don't quite want to do that yet. Unless I don't have a choice. Oh no, I have a choice. I have a choice. There we go. Wow. Weird game of chess. Weird game of chess. Weird game. You blundered a bishop, Poof, and I completely overlooked it. Was it King Indian attack? Oh no, it was a Catalan. Yeah, this is one thing that I've gotten slightly better at since last time I played Poof, is I'm better at being less nervous about giving up the pawn. Back when I started playing the Catalan, I was a lot more nervous about leaving that pawn there for the long term. But something I've realized as I've played the Catalan more is that pawn just, you can't defend it. It just, in 90% of games, this is just an undefendable pawn. It's just not worth defending. It's so hard to bend your entire position backwards to keep this thing from hanging that you're going to end up getting a worse position out of it. Now, in this position, I should have played 95 immediately, I think. Again, technically it is, but practically it's so hard. And this is what I was calculating. This is what I should have played. This is what I mean. Like, look at this position. In the Rapid Champion? Oh yeah, no, when I say it's impossible, I don't mean impossible in the sense that it will never happen. I mean impossible in the sense that it's very difficult to, and usually not worth it. Like, again, this is a perfect example. Yeah, he's gotten this pawn defended, but I'm still slightly better because of how good my pieces are compared to the black pieces. If you play knight d5, I take knight c3, you're giving me my pawn back already. He then used the pawns and the queen's side to attack in the endgame. Well, yeah, but it's, again, nothing in chess is that cut and dry. But so when I say that you can't defend the pawns, I mean it's very difficult to defend the pawns, and it's a lot harder than it looks because it looks very easy. Now, queen takes d1, I already think was bad. Knight d5, I don't really have a whole lot, because this is what I was calculating. I was trying to justify something like this. I mean, even this is fine, because I get these dark squares and I can go... But it's not better for me. But queen takes I disagreed with, because you can't play knight d5 anymore. You have to play knight g4, and after knight g4, evidently you're fine, which is so hard to see. Like, you have to figure out that in this position it's all okay. Which, I'm kind of barbaric, so my gut instinct is to say, well, ooga booga. Ooga booga, you're losing a pawn. Now, evidently it doesn't matter. But I guess, yeah, that doesn't matter. Not worth losing the tempo? Yeah. And a lot of lines. Bishop takes e7, king takes e7, a takes b5, bishop c6. Ah, rook a7 first. Rook a7 first, because he doesn't have anywhere good to put his king to defend the pawn. What if... No, he can't play rook b7 either. Yeah, rook b7 first was the move. Rook a7 first was the move. That's always the problem. Bishop c6, knight e5, bishop takes c6, rook a7, bishop b7. This just concretely lost a piece. This just concretely lost a piece to bishop a6, which I completely missed. I completely missed this. Because I forgot this came with check. I was like, oh, you could play rook a and take the bishop. This comes with check, so it doesn't matter. And look at this. This is what I calculated, and I thought my bishop was hanging. But the problem is I have f4. I have f4, and that's the big idea. Is after f4, if you take my bishop, I take your knight, and if you move your knight, I take on c4. Wow. Yeah, see, that's what I missed. I missed that after you take with check, you can play f4. Sheesh. But I played bishop a4, and now it's triple zeros, which triple zeros in this position is psychotic. Tactics, yep. My weakness. Bishop c2, rook a8, and rook a8. This rook is quite bad. Like king b6, I'm forced to play rook a4 or something. And then, like, I don't have as much compensation. And if I try to go knight, I think I can go knight here anyway, but then you get a tempo on the rook again. And if I try to go like rook a3 or something, then you have f5. And you're shutting out any counterplay. So, rook a8 just traded off a good piece for a bad piece. And now I have enough piece play that I'm going to get my pawn back guaranteed. And then f6 was just terrible. f6 was just terrible. King d6 first. And then king e7. And you walk your king over and you hold. f6 was just not good. Yeah, and knight here was a little bit optimistic. Hello, Razvan. Want to join the fight? Exclam join then. Boom. Got a little command. You type it in, you're part of the queue. And I played this a little bit over eagerly, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm up enough material, that doesn't matter. So you will be next. Not out. You'll be right after this guy who I'm going to play. And then it'll be your turn. Difficult stuff. Blitz, no. Usually I play 10-0 rapid. However, if you'd prefer blitz, I'm willing to do blitz. Reach 2004 elo rapid before the end of the year. That's super cool. Congrats, Yusuf. I'm almost reached 2000 rapid before the end of the year. The problem is that I was going the other direction. I started at 2200, and so I almost reached 2000 by the end of the year. I think I'm sick. I don't know what it is, but I just cannot play chess, and I've been tired even though I've been sleeping plenty. So I think I'm sick, because everyone in my family is... Something's happening, you know, something's going through. No problem, man. It's pretty hype. He has learned not to take on c4. That's one lesson I can impart, then that's worth it. Improving my blitz because I'm terrible at it. Yeah, I'm also quite terrible at blitz. The problem is that I just don't like blitz, so it's hard for me to kind of inspire myself to improve. Because I just don't want to. You know what I mean? And if you play with knight c6, you should take c4. No, you should not that early. In this position, you should not take c4. It's very bad. If you take c4, I play d5, and you're already in a significantly worse position. Take c4 that early is already bad. It's not losing, because technically after take c4, d5, you can play knight b8 and hold on, but it's painful. Winning positions because of my time. Oof. Well, you'll get better. It's like anything else. You know, you practice, you improve. You practice, you improve. There's no escaping it. So if you're practicing, you'll start improving. I mean, Catalan, not here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the Catalan taking with knight c6 is very common. They play like a6 or something. It's tough. One with main one. Oh. Ooh. Just gonna cast. I forgot. He forgot it was his turn, guys. Yeah, I just had the previous game. The guy played the Catalan line where you take, right? It's interesting stuff. There's a lot of. It's the reason I play the Catalan, right? Is because I like all the dynamic positional things that can happen. I feel like I just had this position. Was it like a daily game? No, I just had this position against this player. Actually, in the stream. No problem. Phone is going to thank you. I love the Catalan stuff, man. Probably a little too much. Probably to an unhealthy degree, but I really think it's fascinating. Same position? Literally the same position. Well, let's see who decides to make an improvement first. Then I'm going to avoid it. Dang it, I should have talked about how much I love the French. Man, the French is just so much fun. I love the fact that I have no space and like no long-term pressure and like no piece activity. I love it. It's so much fun. It's so much fun when I just put my pieces on like the worst squares possible and somehow call it a real opening. I love it so much. I love it so much. I think this is a worsening. I don't think this is an improvement, homies. I think your 94, 95 you played last time you played this position was better. Yeah, I kind of disagree with this. We'll see, but first impressions, negative. I am skeptical. I'm skeptical of this whole idea. I can take that, right? I think I can. 1 year, 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes ago. Sheesh. Long time. I can't believe it's 2024. I find that hard. My soul does not like the fact that it's 2024. Maybe C3 was better. I don't know if C3 or C2 was best. I was conflicted. C3, I just didn't like that if he takes, I'd have to take with the B pawn and be left with some long-term weaknesses. So I fall in 2022, yes. And it's now 2020, what, 4? I hate it so much. Oh, Happy New Year. I'm trying to remember to say Happy New Year to everyone who enters stream. I'm doing a poor job, but Bishop B6. What's the point of Bishop B6? Well, development with tempo can't be that bad. Well, Bishop B6 isn't that bad. I'm just kind of up a pawn. Oh, okay then. If you want to play that, then I want to play that, buddy. Let's play it. I mean, it's not like a terrible position. It's just down a pawn. That's the problem, is like after everything, at the end of the day, you're just kind of down a pawn. It makes it hard to be enthusiastic, you know? I guess here. I think taking with F was better. I don't agree with taking with H. Opening the F file, putting some pressure on F2 long term, I think it just made more sense. Although maybe giving me the passer on E2 might have been bad. It's not clear to me. I think it could go either way. Yeah, maybe taking with H was better just to avoid all the nonsense. I like B4 a lot. Maybe it's not good, but I like it a lot. This bishop is a little bit uncomfortable. It's a little bit struggling to get anywhere it wants to go. So that's kind of my big problem in this position, is while I am a pawn up for pretty much nothing, my pieces are a little bit misplaced, a little bit out of sync, and so they're trying to kind of work together, but they're just like, you know, at the beginning of every like teamwork movie, how there's that scene of the team and everyone's just doing their own thing and it's horrible. That's what my pieces are right now. My pieces are just out of sync. They're chaotically fumbling about. You know, bro, I've looked through your games. You know, you can't play F5 versus C4 knight F3 because white goes for playing D3, knight C3, and E4, and it's better. I don't know. I just started playing the Dutch recently, as I'm sure you noticed if you're looking at my games. So I'm still learning it. I mean, I have a backup repertoire. Right, I have the stuff I used to play before F4, F5, but I'm working on it. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I don't. This. Can't decide if I want to keep the knights on or not. Keep the knight, not knights, singular. There's one. The benefit is I don't have to make that decision now. But we'll see. Okay. Fair enough. Is Saul later when you play should ask who it is? Union's name is just the word solid or what? That looks suspicious. Why are you removing my only weakness? See, this is why I talk about why endgames are so important all the time. It's because stuff like this happens, you know? Or people just clearly not sure what they're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? I mean, this is tactics, but, you know. Have I played that the whole time? No. It's just... In this position, I could have done it. I could have gone for this first, and then played it. Would have been good here? Takes, knight takes, bishop here. I don't think so, because after king f7, maybe I could have. Maybe I should have in this position. No, he doesn't have to play king f7. He's already guarded, so he just moves the bishop back. It's 2 pieces for the rook. It's better for him. I'm closing the stream, the queue. Everyone already in there still gets their turn, just nobody new can join. I think knight b4 was strictly worse than what you played last time, homies. I don't think there was any real positional justification for it, and so while it didn't make your position much worse, it didn't improve it much. Yeah, queen a5 wasn't good here. I think I'm supposed to just play bishop g2, right? Yeah, I'm supposed to. I always overcomplicate it. Anyway. Knight b4. Again, I don't know if it's better, but I almost like this more. It feels more like it has a plan. I'm not sure what knight b4's intention is. Queen b3. And then c5 was just not good. Like, bishop f5, like, this is where I'd kind of get it. You know, because, like, okay, you're really trying to lay it on thick that you're going to play bishop c2 and, like, trap my queen, or... And so I have to play something dumb like knight e1 to prevent it. Can't do anything? That's not true. Like, again, this was it. Again, if you play bishop f5, then you'd kind of be cooking. Like knight e1, and then you play knight. And then, I mean, like h6, and you've kind of proved the point here, because I haven't been able to develop my pieces the way I want to. This knight is looking pretty bad. I would probably play... Can I get away with a3 here? Can I get away with this? Not really. This is hanging. Yeah, this is kind of a sad position. Not bad for me. It's just kind of sad. But c5, it's just not right. Your pieces are too weak. And the dynamic potential of the weakness on d4 is the thing. Because here's the thing. In this position, one of the weaknesses of the position for me is the fact that this d4 pawn is a little bit loose. It's only guarded by this knight, and I don't want to play e3 because then I block in my bishop. So if you force me to play e3, that's a victory for you, because it means this bishop's going to be bad. Part of what I'm doing when playing the Catalan is I'm trying to avoid playing this too early, that way I can get my bishop out. Sometimes I'm bringing it out this way, but that doesn't make sense in this position because you'll just trade off, worst case. And so me playing e3 is a victory for you, a small positional victory. And so by playing c5, you're not only concretely giving me a pawn, but you're also removing the only weakness in my position. Now I played a3 first, and then I took on d5, and then it takes on f6. Ooh, queen b5 was the best move. Ah, that makes sense. Anyway, I played a little bit cowardly. Bishop b6, bishop g5, and then bishop g5 is just very annoying to deal with. Queen g6 takes, h takes. I don't know which one I prefer, honestly. Both look reasonable, but either way. F d, f6. Again, target my weaknesses. The one advantage you have in this position is your pieces are very active and well placed. Take advantage of that. Make me feel the pressure. If I play king f1, which is what I was going to play, you play rook fd8. Not rook fd8, sorry. Rook fe8. You really make me feel like something's going wrong. And if I'm forced to move back, congratulations. You forced me to play a tempo move I did not want to play. a5, a4, bishop a5. Make me make moves. This is a weakness. Target it. The threat is a4, bishop a5. If you can get away with it. You're also giving yourself the a6 square for the bishop. f6, just kind of a nothing burger move. Then b4 is also not very good. Because in this endgame, I just have too many weaknesses. You go g4 and I have nothing to play. I have to go knight e1 and there's just nothing. Knight d4 being a good move is hilarious, but makes perfect sense. Because I have to take, and then you take on d6, and this is indefensible. There's no way I can defend this pawn. I can try, and believe you me, I will try, but... Worst case scenario, you go for this, and it's opposite color bishop's the most drawn position of all time. If anything, I prefer to play black there, because the rooks are better placed. I think you play exd4. So I played a little bit passively as well, and you could have punished me for that, but here you've given me the bishop pair for no reason. There's no reason to go for this exchange. This bishop is better than this knight, without a doubt. Think you don't play exd4? Okay, well, if I don't play exd4, it's still equally not obvious what my move is supposed to be here. What do I play? Bishop takes b7? I can't really play much else. Like, what do I play here? Bishop f4? I mean, worst case, knight e2 and you take the bishop pair. The computer's claiming that knight b3 is even better. But my gut instinct is just this, take this, and I have the bishop pair, which is definitely worth more than the pawn in this endgame. Maybe I don't even take it. Maybe I just bring my bishops. I've just got so much piece activity. Evidently, this is even better. Yeah, because where do I move the rook? Well, this is stupid. Look at this. Where is this rook supposed to go? That's hilarious, actually. I didn't notice that at all. This rook doesn't have a square. Because if I'm going to... I have to trade this first. Because if I play like any rook move, then I lose. So I have to go either rook ab1 or I have to trade and then rook ab1. If I go rook ab1, then you go knight d2. Same problem. Where do I move this rook? Rook a1, g5. Up, bishop's trapped. The stupidest position of all time. And so that doesn't work. So if I trade and then go rook b1, I hit with g5 anyway and the bishop's still trapped. Dude. Just casually trapping one of my pieces. Wow. Okay. So yeah, that's hard to see, but the point is activity. Anyway, so what happened in the game was bishop g4, and you gave me the bishop pair in the endgame, which I did not deserve. And then b6 was just terrible. So once again, trading off my greatest weakness. This pawn is my greatest weakness. I have a very difficult time guarding this. I'm still much better because you have an even harder time guarding this, but the point is, rook e5, it's like not obvious how I deal with this. And if I don't have a convincing way of dealing with this pawn, then, you know, maybe you can hold the endgame. It's definitely a far worse endgame for you, but, like, maybe you hold it. You know, I would even keep the rook here, just play rook e6. And this is not easy, or it's not simple. But instead, you played b6, which just lets me trade off this great weakness. Now this knight's weak, and after you take back, it tactically loses to just simply this, and now your rook's pinned to your king. So you pretty concretely lose an exchange. Now it's hopeless. So solid opening, but again, you need to be more intentional about identifying what the weaknesses in your opponent's camp are. Because what you keep accidentally doing is you keep looking at my weaknesses, saying, yes, and then trading them off. And so suddenly you're the only one with weaknesses. Giving up things to get things in chess is normal. Taking a weakness in order to give a weakness makes perfect sense, right? However, that only works when you play against your opponent's weakness. If you trade it off, then suddenly, you know, it doesn't make any sense. It's like if you're selling something, right? If I'm selling this marker, but then I burn the money I get afterwards, you end up with a free marker. And it's not an equal exchange. Yeah, let me fix that for you. Yeah, you're being too polite. Chess is, they say chess is a gentleman's game. It isn't. It's a very rude game. It's like in Looney Tunes, you know, where like the main character goes up to whatever the villain's house is and it's like, hey, here's your Christmas present, and it's a lit bomb. That's what you should be doing to your opponent. You know what I mean? You should be giving your opponent ticking time bombs in their position. Really make them feel the pain. Have to help your opponent? Yeah, that'd be so sad. Not nearly as fun a game, TBH. I don't remember my theory in this position, so I'm just playing moves. Usually that goes pretty well, if I'm being honest. So I was okay with this because my thought process was, okay, you're playing a billion moves to get this knight to a dumb square. Be my guest. I don't know if that's the correct way of thinking, but it was the way of thinking that I was employing at the time. Weird position. I don't mind it though. I think I'm better. I feel better. Again, I feel like black has played a lot of moves to do a lot of nothing. Like, this knight's bad. This knight is not as good as it looks. This bishop is fine. This bishop's nothing. And usually, if you've played a lot of nothing moves, you end up in a worse position. It's not a universal rule, but it's typically true. I mean, come on. That can't be good. Can it? Yeah, so you're being far too polite, homies. You need to give me weaknesses that everyone in my bloodline will feel. You need to make one of my cousins, like, have a sudden pain in their chest. You know what I mean? I hope so, because I'm not even sure what I mean. Which knight do I take with? Not aggressive, because you're playing actively. You're playing four things, but you're just, again, you're trading off my weaknesses. My weaknesses should be there for the rest of time. Hey, motivational push-up chest, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome back to Twitch. I saw you were live, and I was going to raid you, but you raided me first. It's ridiculous. It's unfair, honestly. Thanks so much, Stash, for the follow. Give us 10? Fine, because it's New Year's. Wait, let me just win this. Let me just win this game real quick. Let me just win this chess game first, and then I'll give you 10. I'm winning, so just let me kill him. And so said we have to force you to do push-ups. Oh, he's right. He's right. You know what? Low key, he's. This is correct. Thank you so much, Florida Man Stash and Arby Chicken Man. Like Arby's, but singular, like a singular Arby. 10 for the New Year. I'll do it. Okay, getting back in shape is inaccurate though because I've never been in shape. Okay, give me a second. I need to just kill this guy real quick. I have 45 seconds on the clock. I don't have time for that. He is the Arby that every other Arby's tries to imitate. I have to point the camera at the ground as well. Mission completed. Draw out going dark. Okay, give me a second. I'll beat this guy. What better time to start now? Honestly, true. Yeah. Just let me just mess this guy up real quick. I'm winning, so it shouldn't take too long. But I am that guy. I believe you. I'm not sure what to play in this position anymore. I have a few moves that look good. You know what? I'd love to keep the bishop pair, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna do this and like take with rook, which is probably terrible, but looks fine. This looks fine. A lot of active pieces. Oh, I have 12 seconds. I'm going to lose on time. Goodness gracious. Here. Where does that knight go, buddy? Buddy chum? Pal? Ooh. That move hurt. Ah, I lost on time. I'm going to blame you, but only because I don't feel like taking responsibility for my actions. Okay. I've got shoes over there. Ignore the shoes. How well can you see the floor? Not super well. I blame Enzo too? Perfect. Problem with being so tall. Oh, Christmas. The Christmas desserts did not like that. I'm not going to do fake push-ups after a raid of 50 people. It's pointless at that point. The mind is willing, but the body is weak. Can't do them as fast as you can. Which few can, goodness gracious. I've been in your streams a few times and you knock them out, man. It's insane. They were solid, to be fair, yeah. Welcome back to Twitch. Motivational push-up chess. Thank you. These H4 lines always get me. I forget how to play against them. And by forget, I mean I never learned, because I haven't studied my theory yet, because I'm lazy. How was the first stream back, man? Yeah, I don't remember these at all. I have theory for this. I have resources, but I just haven't studied them. I'm always nervous to take that pawn. Barona. Thank you so much for the follow. Is that like a bro version of Corona? It's like Corona, but instead of making you sick and weak, makes you strong. Iggity biggity. Yeah, that sounds cool. I'll go with that. Don't worry. Don't worry. At least you don't have my name, right? Because here's the thing. When I came up with it, at the time I was thinking, oh, it's a portmanteau of alchemy and comedy. That's perfect. That makes so much sense. That's so intuitive. Everyone will know that. Only issue. An equally valid interpretation is that instead of a portmanteau of alchemy and comedy, it's Alco is an alcoholic and then median is an average. So, average alcoholic is an equally valid interpretation. Not the most thought through thing in my entire life. No regrets, but alcohol is healthy in limited doses. It doesn't help that I'm also in Macedonia, which, you know, Eastern Europe. We have a reputation. I think I'm already losing. Yeah, I'm already losing. Whoops. It's fine, it's fine. This guy challenged me to blitz. That's a problem. Other issue, Twitch chatter illiterate. Oh, come on. Don't be mean. Illiterate, they're not illiterate. They just have a creative view of the English language. So does you came in, we got steel livers? Yeah. Okay, I'll play another one. Yeah, I've heard that about the UK. I've only been to London for like a few days, and I didn't go to any pubs because I try to avoid drinking when possible. Which means I don't drink at all. That's the one thing I have stayed away from. You take a shower, maybe after, do it. Whereabouts in London? I was actually in Brixton, which I've heard Brixton is a little bit scary. Like, it's the scary part of London. But, you know, the Airbnb I was at, the guy was super friendly, so. That's what everyone in the UK says when I say I've been to London. Okay, so I didn't know the Airbnb was cheap, and I didn't know that Brixton was a terrible spot. You didn't get stabbed? Hey. I'm a lucky guy. What can I say? I look big and Eastern European. That helps. I'm smiling right now, but you just scowl, and it's like, okay, you know, we move on with our lives. It's like one of the worst places to go. I know. I was going for a concert, and the concert hall was like right next to Brixton. So like, so at the time it made sense. Again, literally everyone I've talked to. What's that beep? Oh, that was my UPS. It was complaining because the power is a little inconsistent, so it cleans up the power for me. I'm glad you survived. I am too. It would have been sad if I had died. Can C4 get down? Nah, it's fine. Y'all are out of range. I've heard Brixton is scary. And to be fair, it was a little scary. You know, you walk by an alley and you swear you see something that you probably shouldn't be looking at, you know? And so you just keep walking. And everything is fine. You just need to... Oh, I forgot you were in queue. Okay, I'll play you after this. Let me just beat this guy real quick. Real quick. The best way to go is just keep your head down. Yes. And I did. And it was fine. I lived. Okay, no, I'll let you in, Florida man. And technically, queue is closed. But if you don't tell anyone, I'll open it real quick. You can come in and then I'll close it. Just don't tell anyone. From one Florida man to another. I'm half Florida man. So half Florida men I think are accepted though. Last I checked, they're accepted. No, we'll keep it as it is. Everyone join? Shh. Survive to live another day? Exactly. And to be fair, outside of Brixton being a little bit scary at night, it was quite beautiful. I don't like cities, but there was a lot of cultural variety, and we went to an open air market, and it was just amazing. The smells and colors, oh, it was beautiful. That's something that I miss a little living in Macedonia. Is cultural variety is not something you have a lot here. So while it's something I remember from the U.S. Back when I lived in the U.S., it's not something I experience as often anymore, and so I appreciate it when I experience it. I think he left. Might have done. UK has lots of variety. I was really expecting a rook d8. Rook d8 seemed way more challenging than this. So it was interesting. Definitely I would go back. However, that being said, I would probably not go back to Brixton itself. I would probably go back to a different area of London. Because, happy I went, no regrets. However, I don't really want to test my luck with a second time around. Well, you would need to do it again because I just opened the queue because the queue was closed when you joined the first time. Again, I went for a concert and a few musicals because I love musicals. I'd never been to like a real one. Hmm. Luton is a lovely place. I'm looking at pictures on Google. It looks lovely. Hmm. Interesting. I've never really been a fan of musicals, to be fair. I have always have been. I just love music. I get it from my mom. I'm very musical, in the sense. I was joking about staying away from Luton too. I have no idea. I just look at pictures. Wikipedia has the best pictures because who the only people who post pictures of Wikipedia are the people who love the place. Yeah. I will. You don't get people hate posting pictures as much, or at least those people usually get banned by the moderators. So why did I play this move? Let him have the A file. What am I remembering? Or have I already forgotten? Oh, interesting. Oh, I'm remembering to close the queue. No, good point, good point. Swindon? Is this another one that I should avoid? Are you just listing all the places I should avoid, or are y'all chill down there in Swindon? Oh, that's North London. I will try to remember all of this, but I will fail. Penhill, Pinehurst, Park South, and Walcott. Hmm. Sheesh. Oh wait, that was a dumb move. I just gave him a pawn. Oh, okay. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. Uh, Especially where I live, but even in general, Macedonia is pretty darn safe. Why am I giving him so much material? I just gave him another pawn. No, wait, no, I didn't. That's fine. I didn't give him another pawn. It's fine. So the point here, this prevents bishop g4, which is why I pushed only one square. Advance, I realized. I decided not to wear him tonight. Wasn't in the mood. Yeah, again, Macedonia in general, but especially where I live in Macedonia is pretty darn safe. So I typically don't have to worry about that sort of thing as much. Absolutely. You know, New Year's, right? I appreciate you stopping by and dropping the wisdom about where to go and not go in London. I will definitely forget all of it by the time I go to London next. It's pleasure, pleasure. Sleep well. It's probably a dumb move. Draw on rook endgame. I'm just playing terrible chess today. To be fair, material is even, so it's not the end of the world, but... yeah, honestly. Oh, I messed up. Yeah, yeah. There's another person in line before you, so it should be fine. But I will keep that in mind. Appreciate you telling me. Now, studying isn't the problem. Right now, at least it isn't. I've gotten 2200 into my current level of chess ability. The problem is right now, for the past week, my chess ability has gone down the toilet. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not sure what it is. Again, I think I'm sick. That's my best guess. Like, even this was a bad move. I should have gone to d3. It's just a little bit more practical. It's all losing, of course, but... I mean, you might still stalemate me. It's highly unlikely. I've lost literally 100 elo in the past, like, 4 days. It's depressing. And then it's mate. Okay. So it's your turn, homies. Don't know what it is. But at this point, it's in my head. So it doesn't even matter if, like, it's a real thing. Because now it is a real thing. I've made it real. Through sheer force of cringe. Okay, let's see how we do here, homies. Go take the pawn this time? No, so sad. Okay. Now I'm going to make the improvement. I'm not supposed to play Queen A5 this early. Queen A5's too early. Please no kill me? No. Unfortunately, death is the only option. There's no option other than death. Yeah, up until this point, I've been playing Queen A4 very early, which leads to a different line because this knight being pinned means I can take here, and also means this pawn isn't as weak after pawn takes. But it's a slightly different line in character, and it's not quite correct because it gives black a lot of time, because he gets a lot of tempy moves with the bishop. So normally Queen A5 comes in like the B6 positions, but 1900 to 2000 is playing block, which should be interesting. I used to be 2200. I was 2150 until last week. Hello, Nabo. Yeah, we got raided by a friend. Motivational push-up chess. He's back to streaming. W. As he would say. I used to be 2150, but for some reason, the chess has just not been chessing. Okay, so in these lines, you play this, and then you take. Sometimes you take first. I can't remember. I can never remember if you're supposed to take first or not. But the point is, you take here because the bishop's already committed itself to b7, and so it doesn't develop this way. So you're still playing around this bishop. That's still like one of the main motifs. It's just changed in character. The moves are moving. True. Something like a knight e5 is common, and you play also against this weak c7 pawn. Rook d8, rook c8. You know, play chess. Also, Happy New Year's, Nabo. Sometimes like a knight b5. And again, these positions tend to be at least somewhat complicated. But this is a valid way of playing against the Catalan. The only annoying part is the knight being on c6 is kind of counterpositional. I think I played this here. It hasn't made a move like 2 minutes. I'm 90% sure I'll always know my next move. Yeah. That kind of is it. Did he just make a mistake? Is it one of those sorts of things where he like played something bad and now he's like feeling the pressure because of it? And so he's doesn't have too many options. You know? Just a positional move, but I need to develop, so that's that. Oh, well. Okay, so it's just very early in the game, and it's a very simple sort of thing. So you just... Simple chess, right? Yeah, I have that happen a lot in the Dragon, right? Since I'm kind of a Dragon player. And in the Dragon, there's a lot of times where you just almost always play the same general idea. Nom. Nom. Being a little greedy. A greedy little goblin. Don't know if this is right or not, but I'm having some fun, so... Because the point is, if knight takes f4, this knight is pinned to the bishop, so he can't move it yet. It's like 15 moves in. It's an Albin? Oh, Albin counter gambit. Yeah, nah. Are you playing the white side or the black side? I'm guessing you're playing the black side? Yeah, I figured. Normally, Normally, it's the people playing white who are suffering. That's part of the reason I avoid the Alvin counter gambit as much as I do. Is because I always feel like that is a disproportionately painful opening for the white pieces. You know? Maybe I should move the other rook. No, this rook, the other rook wants to go to c1. And this is what I mean. Look at this position. It's so hard to play. It's so hard to play this as black. Because black played only natural moves, and now he's in a tough spot where he's very nearly, if not just completely outright, losing a piece. And it's 15 moves in. But I think knight takes here was a mistake. I think he should have gone for this anyway. And then played like, I don't know, rook b8. No, queen c8 or something. Even that doesn't look good. Never mind, I take it back. I don't know what he should have played. Never mind. Don't know what he should have played at all. It's bad. Ooh. Interesting. So first give me that. Yeah, so first give me that. And then give me that. I don't think I had a way to win a piece here, more concretely. Maybe there was some weird bishop f3 stuff and I trap his knight. His knight was almost trapped. The knight was super weak. I didn't see it. But I mean, this is up a pawn and a bishop in the endgame, so I'm not exactly depressed. You know, you can't really hope for much more. I think I'll go here. The queen was in a terrible spot. More active square for it, you know, can't be bad. See, I told you I should have moved the other rook to d8, d1, though. Now I'm feeling it. The other rook should have absolutely gone to d1, because in that case, this rook would have been here, and the rook would have been on f1, so I could play rook e1 here, which would have been such an amazing move. I told you that was wrong. My gut told me. My gut told me that that was not the right rook, and I did it anyway, and here we are. It was the wrong rook. Lo and behold, wrong rook. Ultimately, probably not that big of a deal, but, you know. You know. Those little things that win you games against stronger opponents. Really? So, I can be a pawn up and him have a very concrete long-term weakness for me to target. Or I can keep the bishops on, or I can keep the minor pieces on the board because I got a better minor piece. I'm going to take, just because I think this pawn on e6 will be incredibly weak, because he has to take with pawn. He must take with pawn. It's not a decision. There's no two ways about it. You must take that with pawn. This is like a multiple choice exam, but if there's only one choice. And that one choice is to take with pawn. He did not take with pawn. Cool. You'll love to see it. I will take the free rook. To be fair, he probably could have done a Zwischenzug, taken the rook here, and after rook takes, then taken with queen. That is also probably a choice. But that's not what happened. Sure. Well, that happened. That was definitely a thing that happened. So yes, he could have taken with queen if he had Zwischenzugged and taken the rook first. Ooh, 93.2. Accuracy's only getting higher. I had 4 inaccuracies and no mistakes. Not terrible. I like how G3 is inaccurate here. That's crazy. G3 being inaccurate is just patently false because this is like a playable move. No, I disagree with that being inaccurate. Oh, okay. That's just the Catalan player in me. It's like how the computer doesn't like the dragon, and I'm like, shut it. I don't want to know. Anyway. Yeah, this is kind of anti-synergistic, but okay. So here's the problem. Here's the problem, homies. The problem is that if you play both knight c6 and b6, you run into the problem that you had in the game, which is this pawn being very weak. And the fact that the bishop on b7 isn't amazing. Now, I didn't even play this most accurately, but in this position already, you're kind of feeling the pressure. Because your pieces are just kind of bad. After bishop f4, all of my pieces have clear ideas, clear plans, clear ways to improve, and are already quite good. And if we compare that with the black army, this piece doesn't have a future and isn't doing anything very much right now. This piece doesn't have a future and isn't doing anything much right now. This piece doesn't have a future and isn't doing anything much right now. This piece doesn't have a future and isn't doing anything much right now. It's just overall a much harder position to play. Bishop d6 is a good attempt, but taking there was not correct. You can't take either way because of what happened in the game. D takes, and now you lose a pawn concretely. And now you're just down a full pawn in an endgame with a worse pawn structure and the worst minor piece. Ouch. Knight e6 was an interesting idea, and if you want to take with queen, you had to take the rook first. Take the rook first, then you take with queen. I mean, I still probably do this, just so that I could play like a rook d8 or something. Yeah, even that's not that bad. Queen d5. I want to trade queens, not rooks. Anyway. The opening was fine. It's just playing b... This is not the line where you play for b6. You don't want the knight on c6 if you're playing b6. If you're playing b6, you want the knight probably on d7. That has its own host of problems, but at least you're pushing c5. Because if you're playing b6, the idea is you want to push c5. Because if you look at the position you got, the problem here is after takes, you don't have a way to improve your pieces. The clear way of improving your pieces is playing for c5, but the knight blocks your ability to play c5, which makes things difficult. And so you just end up in a position where it's very unclear how to make any progress. Versus my position. Maybe. Versus my position, where I play bishop f4, and I very concretely am targeting this and this. Again, you would solve both of these problems by playing c5, but you don't have time. If you had the time to play like a knight b8 followed by c5, you would be chilling. But you don't have time. You don't. Because your central pawns start hanging. So the knight c6 stuff works best with taking the pawn. And then like rook b8, b5. And it's like a rook b8, a6, b5. It's like a whole thing. Right? If you want to play b6, go for it. Right? Do your thing. Just do it earlier. Like not here, because I can take. Like e6, and then I play g3, and then you can like talk about this move. You know what I mean? And now I take, because I want this, because if you're going to develop the bishop this way, then I want the pawn on e6. But if you're developing this way, I don't want a pawn on e6 because I don't want to let you take on c4. Right? But then we play chess. You have like some bishop a6 lines. Heck, you can play this this stuff without even. You can play this b6 stuff. You can go like, what is it? It's like e6 b6. E6, then I go like c4, and then you can go b6, and this is playable too. It's actually quite good. It's one of the better ways of meeting the Catalan. And there's even like bishop a6 lines here, which are really annoying, and it's like a whole thing. These positions are super involved. You play like c5 in some lines, d5 in some lines. Super fun. Highly recommend it as a counter Catalan thing because it's just annoying to play against the Catalan. But the way you did it was fine, but it just left you some long-term weaknesses that would require a great deal of finesse to be able to solve well. And what's the variation called? It's a Queen's Indian defense. The Queen's Indian defense, just in general, is a decent way of dealing with the Catalan. Because, you know, the King's Indian defense is d6, g6, bishop g7, knight f6. Or is d6, g6, bishop g7. So the Queen's Indian is b6, e6, bishop b7, right? It's the same thing, but on the other side of the board. It has some strengths, has some weaknesses, but against the Catalan specifically, it's a pretty practical way of doing it. If you enjoy those sorts of positions. You know, it's chess, right? You play moves, you win games, you lose games. So, Florida man, or Florida man. Yeah, I'm in a game, sorry. How long is a long game? Because you're the last person in queue, and I want to end stream at some point. 15:10? Also, it's not that long. And you've been going for a hot minute, so it can't be going that much longer, right? He's being very annoying. Well, yeah, but I'm talking from like a time perspective. Because 15 plus 10 is like a maximum of like 40 minutes. You started that game a while back. What do I normally play here? I play bishop f5, right? Yeah, I play bishop f5. This is what I play, I think. Is it bad that I can't remember my own opening? I'm going to say no, because this is my backup repertoire. I still haven't decided how I'm supposed to play. This is just wrong. You're supposed to take first, and it's called the Glasgow Kiss. This, I don't think is that scary. I think I play like 96, 97 or something, and I let you take, and I don't care because I play rook b8. Maybe I just play this. No, yeah, here it's just this. Because normally after takes, you're threatening knight takes, but here you're not threatening anything. There is this sort of stuff, but it's not that scary. It's simply not scary. Yeah, not scary. Yes, the pawn structure looks bad. However, it's a very solid pawn structure, and I have open files for my rooks, which is shockingly useful. I just put my pawns on light squares and I chill. And I vibe. And we vibe. Look at all that vibing we're doing. This might be a bad move, but I want to try G4. It looks funny. No, plus knight b4 looks good too at some point. Maybe bishop b4. I don't know. Usually it's a good idea to avoid letting your opponent have the bishop pair against the bishop and knight, because the bishop pair is usually pretty strong. Just as a general principle. Again, it's an endgame finesse, which we can... It's the black pieces. Getting into an even endgame isn't the worst fate you can have. This is part of the reason why I quit playing this opening, though, is because I felt it was a little dry for my taste. I never really felt like I had a chance to play super... Not aggressively, because I'm not an aggressive player, but super dynamically. If white wanted to play for a draw. In most positions, you can play dynamically here, but just... Specifically, if white wanted to play for a draw, it felt really easy for white to play for a draw, you know? I don't mind trading some rooks, just because his bishops aren't very good in this position. So I'm not very scared of him. Okay. Let's improve our pieces. And that mouse slipping. Oh no! Oh no! It's the most appropriate usage of that emoji of all time. Was plus 1.2 beforehand anyways. Did he know his theory, or was it like just an outplay or something? What happened? What happened? This might be dumb, but it looks smart. Must I just mouse slipped? Ah. No, I was just curious because I always found the Albin really annoying to deal with as white. It's part of the reason I play knight f3 move 1 instead of going for d4, is I basically avoid all Albin counter gambit lines that way, and I find that more fun and easier to play. I'm going to go here. My rook's not getting anywhere on the C file, so I'm going to move it to either the A file or like the G file or something. F file. Well, I should finish this up pretty shortly, so we'll see, right? Maybe I should have gone to D7. I just didn't want to give him the check. I don't think the check was productive. What a weird endgame. I could play net, I guess. Yeah, no, that works perfect. Just let me finish this real quick. And then we can play. It'll be great. Interesting. I did not expect that. I don't know if it's good or not, but definitely didn't expect it. Interesting. Looks kind of bad, not gonna lie. Not in the cool Michael Jackson way either. I mean, maybe his point is he plays bishop b5 and I'm kind of tied down. Which, to be fair, I am. But not that tied down. I don't know. I guess his plan is f3, e4. So that's interesting. But I'm going to work on untangling. Problem is it's harder than it looks. If I move the knight, then he gets rook g7, I think. It's annoying. So I'd have to play this first. Yeah, I can do that. Why are you closing down the position when you've got the bishop pair? My guy. My dude. Brochacho. I need to get my rook onto the 7th. But doing that's really hard. So we can play another time? Next time then, no worries. No worries. See, like, this would be a plan. So I have to go here, 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 then, like, there, and then manage to untangle, which that takes forever, man. That takes so long. And I can't even do that. Wow. I am well and proper tangled, aren't I? What kind of piece of junk position is this? Wow. I just, like, don't have anything to play. How did I get here? How did I get in this position? What the heck? How did this even happen to begin with? It's a miracle. I'm losing anyway, but I managed to get my dang rook off to 8th rank. Isn't that ridiculous? What a crazy endgame. Man, again, I just can't catch a break. Not sure what he's calculating. Look at this position, man. Can't move anything. I'm completely frozen. Stupidest position I've ever seen in my life. To be fair, it's not the easiest thing in the world to see how you break through here as white, right? It's like, you know there is a way, but it's not painfully obvious what the way is. If I go here, he pushes this. Stupid. For real though? No cap? Capless? Cap free? Stupid. I mean, still losing, but because he just barely gets back in time. How tragic is that? So sad. I mean, it's all mate, you know? So did I get skipped? Yeah. I'll play you real quick, though, if you'd like. Because I was planning on playing someone else after this anyway. So what's your chess.com name, someone? I forgot. Something 1023, perfect. Just know that my chess is nothing. So. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, transposing into the Chigorin. Yeah. Comfortable enough with this line. I forget my moves, but I did okay against Poof. I think it's something like this. Either that or I take at some point, but I always forget the lines where I take. So the point here is after knight there, I go like queen b1, I think, and I play like a3, and I try to prove that your knight's dumb on that square. Bishop f4 is also a move at some point. I just mix up all my moves in this position. But to be on the plus side, the good thing about this position is he has yet to solve the main positional weakness against the Catalan, which is that dark squared bishop. So until he does, I like my position. Okay. Okay. I see you. He is up a pawn, but once again, it's a very depressing pawn. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping, but this position doesn't seem that bad to me. I've got nice central control. My bishops get active pretty easily, and I don't have any huge problem pieces. You know? I play like bishop f4, and we chill. Let's see. And we'll see what he does. We'll see what he does, but bishop f4. Okay, that makes sense. It's a little bit cowardly, feels like too strong of a word. It's a little bit pessimistic, but it looks decent enough. Let's see. Let's see here. I like the idea of pushing at some point. I don't think it's good right now, but it's definitely something that's on my radar. 95 is also on my radar. Don't know anything for an d4 opening. Neither do I. 95 looks very reasonable. Simply saying, okay, I'm making space for this bishop to defend this pawn. I'm attacking this pawn. c6 is a good looking square. And I want to push d5 at some point. Seems reasonable enough. Seems reasonable enough. There's a few of his pieces are still on unfortunate squares, and so taking advantage of that as best as I can. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like playing rook b8 and trying to go b5 might have been better. Although maybe you play a4 here to prevent my bishop from developing, secure this weakness, and make that idea easier. Ooh. Not sure I agree with that move. Not sure I agree with that move at all. Is he playing 10 plus 0? Yep. Muerte Negrax? Is that what it is? How close was I? Can't decide if I want to take this bishop or not. My knight looking pretty strong. Not sure I don't want to. Not sure I want to give it up for that bishop. Knight looks better than the bishop in this position. I want to play d5 is what I want to do, but I don't know if it's good. How about I go bishop e3? And then I push d5. That way this hangs. Because I'm struggling to find productive moves for black. It's Spanish? That's why I assume the muerte, right? The second part I didn't know, but... Ooh, this looks bad. Yeah, I don't think that was your best move. I'm unconvinced. Unconvinced by this series of events. Then I go here. Okay. Then what? I mean, it looks like it might only be a pawn, but even then, a pawn's pretty unfortunate. Like, I take this first, right? Yeah, we'll play this as rationally as we can. I think I did this wrong, though. I think there was a better move order here. Maybe I could have taken this or something. Maybe takes, pawn takes, and then I take on a5. Yeah, I think I could have taken on a5 first. No, but then you take here. I don't know. I feel like I missed something. I get the distinct feeling that I missed something. I mean, this still isn't that bad for me. I mean, I have the better pieces, and so I think that compensates for the pawn. Opposite color bishops makes it not that easy for him to make progress. Uh-huh. Okay. Sure. I'm okay with that. And we'll see, right? Nothing's ever that clear in chess. Maybe I should have played queen h5. Yeah, I probably should have played queen h5, yeah. A bit more active. But I feel like I'm getting trapped at some point. Like king h7, g6 or something, but it doesn't work because my bishop's on e3. Still, it feels a little bit uncomfortable in that square. I guess it feels a little uncomfortable on f3 too. Yeah, I guess I just don't have a good spot for my queen, is the problem. Will you play another game? Nope, this is the last one for the night. Should have been the last one for the night 2 games ago, but, you know. Also, thank you so much, Marte, for the follow. Is he trying to come in via a4? I mean, that makes some sense, but... No, he's trying to play bishop g4. Which, I mean, fair enough, but... Looks a little barbaric, don't you think? I don't know. I really don't. Queen c2, I think I can just play like rook takes b6. And that b6 pawn is pretty much a permanent weakness. Bishop c7 followed by takes on b6 looks super difficult to stop. The only reason I didn't play it this last move here is because after something like this, he has... Well, I was bishop g4 now, but the previous move was it was bishop g4. He's not threatening anything yet, technically. And I could just go for my idea. I think I will. If for no other reason, then because it also... No, I can't because the rook's hanging. What am I saying? Rook b2 looks pretty rational. Get it off the light squares. The light squares are too weak. It's a little annoying. It's more than a little annoying. It's a lot annoying. How do I deal with that? Super annoying, actually. You have to do something like this, which is hideous. The point being that now I have the second rank open to defend my pieces with. If he takes with queen, I play queen takes, and then I take on b6, and then it's easiest draw of my life. But I expect him to take with bishop, in which case I still might take on b6 anyway. Just because I need to try something, you know? And there are worse things to try. There are worse things to try. Problem is, opposite color bishops benefit the attacking side. So it's always going to be easier for black here. Not for black. Yeah, for black here. So for the rest of the game, I'm going to have to suffer a slightly worse position. I mean, that almost works. Problem is, one of the few circumstances the queen is better than the two rooks is when there's an attack. There absolutely is an attack here. So while normally I love having the two rooks for the queen, and I like that imbalance, I find it fun. This is one of the times where I think it's just strictly worse for the two rooks. strictly worse. Yeah, I'm very uncomfortable. And then it's either rook b2 or like something along those lines. Because I can't take here, obviously. Because then rook e1 would end me. So either rook b1 or rook b2. I think it's rook b2. Because rook b1... Yeah, it has to be rook b2. I'm having a very bad day. Very bad day. But okay. I'm back. Well, I need to call it after this one, Florida Man, because it's like almost midnight my time. So while normally I would let you rejoin queue, that's normally my policy, it is kind of late for me. This position is pain. Pain and suffering. Okay, no, that's fine. Of the highest degree. Hmm. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being chill about it. Problem is he just has queen e4. Oh no, wait, I have this. Why didn't I play that last move? That's so much of a better move. We might hold. Might be holding. Yeah, then we take with bishop. And it's hard. It's hard for everyone, but it's especially hard for me. 35 seconds on the clock to 48 seconds. It's going to be a time scramble, and unfortunately for me, the time scramble absolutely benefits the one with an easier position, which for now is absolutely the black pieces. Okay, never mind, it's a draw. Most drawish position of all time. Hey, if you want to invite me to win, don't let me poo-poo on your parade. Ah, piece of junk. I'm terrible at bullet. Well, you know, that's chess. That's the last time you flagged me? Hey. Hey. Last time it wasn't personal. This time it was personal. There's a difference. When I flag people, it's never personal. It's just chess. Had some chances I couldn't convert. Yep. You were absolutely winning. Like, probably in this position, you continue playing for the pressure. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? Maybe an h5 to play h4? It's not that easy, right? h5 is something to consider. Maybe bishop e4 and you play for these checks. That looks difficult. Yeah, queen d1 looks annoying, and then you get in here and grab some pawns. You know, I felt like you focused too much on one weakness. There's more than one weakness in my position. Forcing all my pieces to one side of the board should really give you an opportunity to put all your pieces on the other, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just, you know, this was all just bullet chess. It's nothing. Nothing, Burger. Nothing, Burger. Okay, who do we raid? Could be Jackie the Sweet, could be Akalia Sapphire. Okay, it was brilliant, apparently. Why is Rookie 8 brilliant? Usually brilliant move sacrifices something. I'm not sure what the sacrifice is. Can I take anything? Oh, it's calling it brilliant because I can technically take the no. Because I can take the bishop. It's saying, oh, you could take the bishop and then check and then yeah. Okay. I see you. It likes that I could take the bishop and that you left the bishop hanging. Because brilliant just means you sacrifice something, pretty much. You sacrificed and you're not losing. That's all that means. Or you sacrifice and you're winning after the sacrifice. It doesn't even have to be the best move, I don't think, anymore. Or maybe it never had to be. I think we raid Jackie the Sweet. Don't have any mate threat? What do you mean you don't have any mate threat? Rookie 2. Not sure what Rookie 2 is if it's not a mate threat. Rookie 2 is devastating. Before? Oh. No, yeah, you do. Rookie 8. Rookie 1. Is that 6? F6. Oh, bishop c7 was good. Oh, give me a second. You mean F3? Instead of F3? So you're trying to justify bishop c7? I don't think bishop c7 was good at all. Rook d8. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Get greedy? Bishop f3 and I get mated. That's my point. Is you're going to play a rook to this square already, and I need to be able to guard queen h3 coming to g2. Because you don't have any instant mate threats, but the problem is you have mate threats down the line. Evidently h3 is the best move, which is absolutely psycho chess. I guess the idea is g4, but wow. How do you play that as a human being? How on earth do you play that as a human? Rook xb6 was top engine? That's also psycho chess. But I'm losing already, which is the problem. So the engine tends to get a little loopy when you're already losing. Saves completely? When? Instead of f3? This does not save completely. No way, no how. Rook de. Very, very simple. If rook xb6, queen h3, queen f3 saves? Oh yeah, absolutely. But you don't play queen h3. You play rook de8 and you're playing this, then this. It looks horrible. Looks absolutely terrible. This is what I was trying to avoid. I calculated, it was 2 moves deep, but I was looking at this and I was like, oh, this looks terrible. And I didn't see a way to avoid this mate. Shadvanly, the way was like G4. I was considering H4 briefly, but then I was like, okay, then this is just worse. It's only 0.8. What engine are you using? On mine, it says -2.5. Okay, give me a second. Let me feed this to my offline engine. Analysis tab. I am on the analysis tab. It says -2.4. I'm using my offline engine. Forget this. I need an engine that can actually do something. Where's on croissant? Here we go. Now we're using a real engine. Now we're using a real engine. How does this look visually? It's out of sync, but let me fix that real quick. Now we're talking. It's not the best. It's a little jank, but it'll work for now. Okay. Well, yeah, but again, this isn't the strongest local engine I have because of a few different reasons. So I can do stronger than this, but currently we're already at depth 30, so because this is only using 8 of my CPU cores. I have like 12, but it's only using 8 of my CPU cores and it's only using 15 gigs of memory instead of the 30 I have. So it's not the strongest engine I have access to. However, it'll do for our purposes. And so currently we're at depth 33 and it's giving -2.3. No, it's the online one. It's because in the browser engine only uses like 1 core. And it has the overhead of running in a browser. You're basically emulating. It's not your computer's fault. Nothing. Just by nature of having a online chess engine, it will not run as efficiently. That's just how it works. It's how computers work. You can't have something run in the browser as efficient as you can run it locally. Assuming the local version is like actually built to be a local version, which Stockfish is. Stockfish is amazing. So we're at depth 37. We're at depth 37 and it's giving -2.5. Again, I'm already losing here. And it's saying H3 is the best move. Rook takes B is actually not even worse than 2.5. Rook takes B is -2.7. It's very bad. Well, this is 39. We're currently at 39 and it's giving 2.5. And it's a newer version of Stockfish. I keep my version of Stockfish up to date. I'm on depth 10. Well, yeah, but again, you're on chess.com, and chess.com caps the depth really high. You have to go into settings to make it go to depth 20. We're at depth 40 currently. If you were running it locally, it would be way stronger. Trust me on this one. Chess.com engine is useful, but for deep analysis, you go offline every time. Like anything else. Like anything else, computer related. Cloud stuff, not cloud, but like browser stuff is useful, but you need a local instance if you want like actual maximum performance. Yeah, we're at depth 40. Technically, I have Leela as well, but Leela doesn't work with this GUI. I have to use a different GUI because Leela doesn't do as nicely. Leela doesn't play nice with On Croissant. So I have to use Skid, which I have Skid, and Skid's fine. It's just ugly. And so I don't like using it. Because the user interface and user experience is terrible. So I'm using the one that's a little weaker. Which that kind of goes to show how much user experience matters. I'm using a weaker chess engine. So yeah, no, this is completely losing. GG's. Hate to keep you up. No, it's not a problem. Look, if I take, then again, Rook D. It's saying King H7, which I don't understand King H7, but I'm just playing chess that I understand. It's saying you have to play like G4, which the fact that G4 is the best move here proves how bad this position is. Because, like, find another move for white. You know what I mean? Yeah, depth 30. It's giving G4 is the best move. 31. Yeah. Okay, we're rating Jackie the Sweet. Maybe. Anywho, GG's. Yeah, depth 35, minus 2.5, minus 2.8. It's real bad. It's making this position worse every time it rethinks it. Yuck. Anywho, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. See y'all on Wednesday. Ciao.